to our first annual media day. We plan on doing this for all sports moving forward. This is our first one. It's fun to kick this off on Election Day, so thank you all for taking time out of Election Day. Make sure you still find time to vote. WKCM, sorry, brain fart. WKCM's actually started. That was our first radio station. It started on Election Day 51 years ago. So this is really cool to kick this off on a day like this on the first year after our 50th anniversary. So something new to start. And I'm just going to bring up Vic, and he's going to introduce who's coming up next. Thanks.
First of all, we have to thank our sponsors and partners in this, Southwire. They're here today too. Thank you so much for enjoying, for sponsoring this. Like you said, this is something that we plan on doing for each of the sports to kind of kick them off, and especially for like basketball that kind of gets lost in the start with football. It's a great kind of starting point for basketball. So we'll bring the coaches up. We'll start with Ohio County and McLean County's girls coaches and their players. And we'll have a few questions for them, and after that we'll have Ohio County and boys coming up. I know McLean's coming in a little later, along with Muhlenberg County's boys. So we'll get started with McLean County and Ohio County's girls. I'll get you started. Coach Hill, we'll start with you first. So far, practice, how are things going at practice? How are the team looking? What's some things from last year that you're looking to improve on going into this year?
So far, our preseason has been great, and that's been a carryover. Is this on? This is a carryover from our summer. Our summer was really good, a lot better than last year, so that carried over into the preseason with us. We had a lot of conditioning. And getting our volleyball players and our soccer players in has really helped pick up the pace a lot, brought a lot of energy to us, and the practices have been much better the last 2 weeks. They're gelling together like they did this summer, and I like our athleticism. We're quicker than last year, more fundamentally sound, all that good stuff. So had a great preseason so far.
I always fascinate coaches do it for different reasons of who they bring with them to media day. Tell me a little bit about these two athletes.
Both of them great kids, number one, but both are juniors. They're guard/wing players. Ella is a multi-sport athlete, really good volleyball and basketball player. And I told her the other day she looks so much better than a year ago because getting her mobility back from her ACL injury. And she looks up to par now and had a great summer. Emerson, like I say, guard, she's works hard all the time. Both of these kids was getting college looks this summer from where we were traveling around. So excited about them. Both of them great students, great citizens, great role models. So tickled to death for them.
Starting off the season, on the schedule-wise, when you put your schedule together, you kind of like how it starts off for you? Or, I hadn't had the chance to look at the schedule, who you open up with. I mean, it's right around the corner.
It is, and we open at LaRue County. Then we play, I think, Apollo on that Friday night, and on Saturday, E-Town, Elizabethtown comes to our place. So 3 games the first week. That'll be a telltale for us. That next week we have Grayson. So it'll be a tough schedule for us starting out. Looking forward to it, though, and that trip to LaRue is always a little iffy, but I like it. It's just straight up the Parkway, and we'll get after it then. I don't know anything about them. I'll have to get some scrimmage film on them and see how we do, but I know Apollo and E-Town, that'll be tough for us at home.
And coming from the district, with McLean County, Muhlenberg County, it's kind of a wide open district. I mean, it's right there for the taking. I know Muhlenberg County, if you had to look at it, was quote-unquote favorites.
Sure.
But it's always such a competitive district.
It is. You never know. Kind of like the 9th district, you never know what's going to happen in girls or boys side of it. And Muhlenberg's probably a favorite going in. They have the most kids returning. Experienced player with Stewart and the Wilkins kids. I mean, they're good players. And obviously Mike does a great job. And Coach Groves down here is a wonderful coach too. They're always fundamentally sound. And it's always been even. We've went to McLean County before in the district tournament, being heavy favorites and come out of there with a loss. Just a tough place to play. All 3 places are. And if I'm not mistaken, we host the district this year, so that'll give us a little bit of advantage.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Question for you, Ella. You talked about coming back off your ACL. Talk about that experience and how tough that is sometimes when an athlete's hurt. To me, when I was an athlete, that was always like, you want to stay around the team as much, but you're not really part of it. How was that whole experience of coming off that ACL injury?
It wasn't easy. I'd say the hardest part was really watching and not being able to play. But I had good enough teammates and coaches that made sure I felt welcome and still supported, and so it wasn't
How long
awful.
has it been? How far are you recovering now?
2 years.
Okay. All right. Going into the summer, and I'm always fascinated, athletes will put things that they want to do to get into the off season, what I want to get better at next year. So what was your kind of goal this season, the things that you wanted to improve on before next basketball season?
I wanted to be more fundamentally sound. I'd say finishing more around the basket, moving the ball better, and being a better leader on the floor. Because, we lost 2 big seniors last year, so someone needs to step up and be that leader on the floor this year.
Coach Hill, you guys missed the regional tournament last year. What's it going to take to get over that hump and get the Lady Eagles back to a sports center?
Win the first round of the district. or get that. That's why the number 1 seed in our districts, there's only 3, so the number 1 seed in our district is very important. Those 4 games are high-level, high-intensity games, and to get that number 1 seed would be great, but if not, then you're just in a dogfight, and we're so evenly matched. So we'll have to stay healthy. Just talking to Coach Groves there a while ago, all 3 of us, Muhlenberg, McLean, and us, low in numbers from the years past. And girls basketball in general, numbers are down in Kentucky, I read the other day. So got to stay healthy, and we'll be fine.
Emerson, I'll ask you the same question I asked Ella. What was your goal this offseason, the things that you wanted to get better at to take your game to another level?
I wanted to be able to talk more on the floor and just kind of move the ball better, because I feel like last year I was really quiet on the floor. I didn't talk a lot at all, and so I feel like I have to step up this year because we lost 2 seniors. So I feel like I have to step up this year and just be a leader.
Really? So when you heard, I'm curious. So that's something you do. When you heard you were coming to media day, or you're going to have to talk, you're going to be going out live stream. How did that make you feel?
I was a little nervous, but I'm okay now.
I always ask that some strange questions. Who's the funniest teammate on the entire team?
Oh gosh, Celeste Jacomowitz.
All right.
Yeah.
This will be for either one of you. What's it like for playing for Coach Hill? He's not listening. You don't have to worry about it. You can say whatever you need to say. But talk about Coach Hill a little bit and the things that he helps you with, either whether it be on the floor, off the floor. Tell us about your coach a little bit.
I think he's a great coach. He really makes us work really hard every single practice and every single game. I just feel like we have to be always just working hard. Like, we can't, take time off, which is good because it makes us better as a team and as individual players.
Coach Hill says the check's in the mail. That's right. Ella, I'll let you answer that too. Tell me a little bit about Coach Hill. What's it like playing for him?
He's a great coach. He pushes us to be better on and off the floor. He reminds us that, work in the classroom comes first before our athletics, and he really just pushes to be good kids along with good basketball players.
This will be for either one of you. What's the goal for the season? I mean, everybody said, what's your personal goals that you've set for yourself, and also maybe a couple team goals?
Win district for sure. I just want to be better than I was last year. I want to work harder than I did last year. And as a team, I feel like we've come a long way since last year, and this summer was really good. So I'm really excited for this season.
You know, you guys are playing for a school that in the past had great success, you know, in girls basketball. You know, a lot of regional championships there. Talk about the community support that you get on the girls' side, and what's it like playing for a school like Ohio County? I know you just had your chili supper that was a big success. You know, that's something that a lot of schools in the area, when it comes to, you know, girls basketball, you don't always get. So talk about the fan support that you get there at Ohio County. Either one of them.
I'd say we have a good fan base, a lot of loyal fans. You know, the older community in our town really supports us on both sides. So we have a lot of support at our school.
Who's better, you or Elijah over there?
Elijah.
I have a question for Coach Hill. You know, what's it like to have your wife on the sidelines with you? You know, you don't see that a lot in high school basketball. So, I mean, for you guys to be able to coach alongside each other, how's that make the home life, I guess?
Oh, it's great. We don't argue much. I having her there on the bench is really a calming influence. We don't normally take it home. I also have a daughter playing, or actually two now. So I'm dealing with all three at home. So, and I've just sitting here thinking I was there the day Ella came out of the womb. So I've known Ella a few days, and so always been a joy of mine to coach her. But Amber does a great job with her staff, and Jessica Decker, our middle school coach, she helps with us. So that's a bridge that we've been able to be successful with, just bringing her over. And this year also adding Chip Schrader to our staff, who has a lot of basketball knowledge.
Is it hard to separate that coaching and when you go home, you know, you have a rough game? You know, I'm always fascinated by that. Is it tough to do that sometimes?
As far as family-wise or the team?
Just when you go home with the, you know, you got a husband and wife coaching together, to leave the game sometimes at the game and set time aside where it's just, hey, we're not basketball coaches,
right.
We're not head coach, assistant coach. Now we're just husband and wife. I mean,
That's
can that
right.
be tough at times?
It can, but we normally talk about it, evaluate the game a little bit, and then just move on. It is what it is. With my daughters, coach her in both sports, especially Lily Kate. You know, when the game's over, it's over. We may butt heads during the game, but on the ride home, there's no talking about it. And so that's what kind of way we handle it. But it's never really been an issue with us as far as carryover arguing and all that. It's always been positive.
You know, coming from a coach that was at Ohio County, then you went and coached somewhere else, and then came back. Talk about the community of Ohio County and how they support basketball there, and how different it is. You know, you've been at different stops. You know, I know you're evidently at a place where you want to be now. Ohio County can be a special place when it comes to high school basketball.
It really is, especially when you're winning. And it's you know, it's for a high school. It's a tough place to coach when you're not winning, and they expect a lot. They expect winners. There's guys that's been coming to those games for 40 years, and they're lined up down the front row over there, and they're evaluating every play, every player, every call by the refs, and I mean, they're into it. They were talking at Hardee's this morning about basketball season, so it's an awesome place. And being at those others, Edmonson was a lot like that, just because it's a small community and that's all they had was sports. Grayson's big, obviously, basketball school, and I enjoyed both those stops. But be honest with you, it's not quite. There's more pressure at Ohio County, but it's a lot more fun, a lot more enjoyable.
You're okay until they invite you to Hardee's in the morning. They want to
That's right.
That's when you know you're
Yeah, they'll question you. You know, why did you play that Decker girl? Well, you know.
Thank you very much. Let me pass the mic down here from McLean County now.
Sure. And they have the island. I mean, we like the island.
We'll start with Coach down there. You know, Coach, coming off, it was an up and down, kind of a rough season last year. You had some injury problems too. In the off season, what was one thing that you were working for, maybe to jumpstart this season?
Well, you're exactly right. Last year was a rough season to start off with. We had a lot of changes there. We had a lot of youth that had to grow up really quickly. Kennedy being one of those. And starting off, they had to get some confidence. And, there were some games that we were right in there but just couldn't get over the hump. With Brianna Fraley being injured early on. I mean, she got injured the weekend before our first game. She was our leader, and that made us even younger at that point. So when she got healthy, we kind of got a little bit back on track. Had our Christmas break. I mean, we didn't win a game before Christmas, but we came out after Christmas. I think we won 3 straight. Kind of got our confidence back. Got more injuries. Bree went back down. Rachel Schutte went down, and that hurt us. We got smaller. But we were able to get healthy towards the end of the season. The girls just kept believing. I was so proud of them. They could have shut it down mentally numerous times throughout the year. But they kept battling. They kept believing in the process. And fortunately, we were able to get healthy at the right time. And we beat Ohio County in the first round of the district. I mean, it was an upset. I mean, let's just be honest with it. Not very many people, if any, besides ourselves, thought that we would, compete for a district championship that weekend. There you go. Yeah, Jalen. And so, we had a lot of – yeah. But, so we were able to, get to the district championship game, and we gave Muhlenberg a run for their money. I mean, we were 6 points from winning a district championship. Now, unfortunately, we had to draw Meade County in the first round. But we went out in the regional tournament, and, hey, I mean, we fought that first half. For about a quarter and a half, we gave them all they wanted. And then, they kind of pulled away. When you got a Peyton Bradley and kids like that, it's tough. But I was so proud of them. And going into the off season, we had kids that wanted to work. They wanted to get better, not only, individually, but as a team. These two in particular, I mean, they put a lot of work in. Outside of outside of our practices, I've challenged Miller the last 2 years. I'm like, hey, you got to quit settling for the outside shot. You're one-dimensional. So the last 2 years, she's been really working hard on going in, shooting the 12-footer, taking it to the basket. I'm looking for big things out of her this year. She knows that. She's our only senior. So she's our leader this year. She's going to be a 3-year starter. And she is accepting that role. She's stepping into that role. And I've been really proud of her. And Kennedy here, she's going to be a 2nd-year starter. She had to really grow up last year fast. She was thrown to the fire, so to speak. And, early on she was nervous and she had the freshman jitters, but as the season went on, she became more confident in the system and she did a really good job for us down the stretch. And, we graduated too. Brianna Fraley and Caston Rice. I mean, that's 2 big graduates right there. Caston with defense. Bree, I mean, Bree set the school record for most blocks in a season in 22 games. She had 70. I mean, that's something that's almost irreplaceable. But like I said, these girls have worked really hard. I like our team. The practices have been great. Atmosphere is great. They're talking to each other when they're stretching. I mean, just all the little things are coming together. So looking forward to this season and seeing what they can do.
In the 10th district, it can be, it's rival. I mean, those are 2 big rivals that, there's no love lost. But the one thing I have noticed is the coaches seem to really like each other, get along for the most part. It's kind of one of those things where you're taking on your older brother. You're going to fight and you're going to fight and scratch and claw when the game's over. But then, you can't talk about him. I can. Talk about just those rivalries and those relationships that are in that 10th district there.
I mean, they are big. As far as McLean County and Ohio County, I mean, that goes way back to the 12th district when I played there.
Close to Hatfield-McCoy type thing.
Yeah, it really is. It really is. So that rivalry's always been there. Of course, my father, Coach Andy Groves, he coached the girls many moons ago. And he had those battles against Ohio County when they were having their 3rd region championship runs. Of course, he coached against Mike Harper at Muhlenberg North, and And so, I mean, we go way back, not only as McLean County, Ohio County, Muhlenberg, but also as far as I'm, in my situation as family. And I helped Mike at Muhlenberg County for about 9 years, so we're very familiar with each other. I've known Ted for a long time. Followed him, wherever he's went. He's a great coach. He's always got kids that play really hard, and they're going to battle each and every time you go out. I mean, you're coming out of there, and our girls are bruised up. I'm sure their girls are bruised up. So it's just a constant battle. And any team coached by Mike Harper, I mean, it could be their worst team they've had, but you can still expect them to come in and even be a regional contender. I mean, he's a Hall of Fame coach for a reason. So it's a tough district, like Coach said down here. I mean, with a 3-team district, you're going at each other every district game as much as you can go at each other so you can get that number 1 seed. It's important to get that automatic bid to the regional tournament, and you can avoid that first round. So the rivalry is there. The 3-team district rivalry makes it even more of a rivalry, in my opinion, but it's fun. The games are fun. We always have big crowds with the girl-boy doubleheader, and it's a lot of fun for our kids to have the stands full those nights.
I'll start with Sarah. And Sarah, he talked about being the only senior and having to take more of a leadership role. How much of an adjustment that was when the season was over to work into that role to be the senior leader on the team, in the off season leading up to, school starting and basketball practice starting?
Yeah, it was a big adjustment, but I had Bree Fraley last year. She was a big role model for me, so I really looked up to her a lot, and just the way that she acted with all of us and the way that she conducted herself at practice, I try and do the same.
Now, is that something that you were talking about her, you starting and basketball practice starting?
Yeah, it was a big adjustment, but I had Bree Fraley last year. She was a big role model for me, so I really looked up
to kind of take them under your wing.
Yeah, for sure. They're definitely nervous her a lot, and because we're so young. Just the way that she acted with all of us and the way that she conducted herself at practice, I try and do the same.
You got off to the rough start last year. Didn't win a game until Christmas, and it had been really easy to kind of mentally check out. He talked about trusting the process. Is that something that Coach Groves talks about a lot with the process? And is that something as a team that you're really starting to buy into?
Yes. So we had a rough start to the season last year, and we had a few people leave right whenever we were starting. So it was just it was hard for us to get started, and we didn't have that time together before the season started that we needed. That was kind of like whenever our first game started.
I'm going to give you a tough question here because this is about a teammate.
Okay.
I'd always ask this one, all right? So you've got a big math test on Friday. What's the one teammate that you want helping you study for that math test? The way she's looking, she's like, don't ask me. Talk about your coach a little bit. I mean, this is, like you said, it was a rough start last year. And it's a rough season, but it ended in anytime you can get to the regional tournament, it ends in a success. But talk about just the difference you're seeing from last year to this year in your head coach.
He always stayed positive last year. He never got down on us or anything. He always made sure that we were up. And it came into this year, too. He's always been like that. And it's just a really big help for us to see our head coach not get discouraged whenever we're discouraged.
I'll ask Kennedy, because we talked about the rivalry of this district. You ladies all kind of grow up playing from a young age, playing against each other. So you have to develop relationships with, the girls from other teams, and you're probably friends with some. But talk about how that is, that when you're on the court, that's your rival. But then when you're off the court, you could be friends with them.
Yeah, so I actually played with Brooklyn
Talk
Stewart.
about the rivalry of this district.
2 summers ago, we played on a.
You ladies all kind of grow up playing from a young age, playing against each other. So you have to.
On the court, we still go at it. But off the court, we're still nice to each other. We talk all the time, and we're friends. So it's there on the court, but off the court, we're good together.
Okay, great. He talked about you getting thrown into the fire last year as a freshman, just thrown right in, and you had to learn by trial and error. One, what did you learn from that situation? And then 2, going into this offseason, what did you take from that to get better at going into this year?
So I learned a lot that I'm going to get blamed for a lot being a point guard, as it's really one of the hardest positions there. And I took a lot of criticism, and I learned from the older girls. And, I mean, I did things wrong because coming from middle school straight into varsity basketball is a huge difference, which I had a great middle school coach who taught me a lot, but still coming in an 8th grader straight into varsity basketball, it was way different. But it was good to learn, and now I feel like this year I'm ready to go, and I've learned a lot over last year, so I think this year will be a lot better for all of us.
Here's a tough one for you. So you're going into a game. Who's the toughest person for you? Who's the toughest lady in the region for you to guard? Who gave you the most trouble last year?
Oh, probably Macy. She gave me a lot of trouble last year. She was quick on her feet. But this year, probably going to end up being Lily, who I'll have to guard. I know she'll be quick and ready to go, so that'll be probably one of my toughest ones.
For young girls that are listening out there or watching, and they'll hear this clip, you know, you talked about going straight from middle school right into varsity high school. What was the toughest part about that whole thing? Was it just the speed of the game? Was it the physicality, or was it a lot of things?
Definitely the physicality. Like, middle school, it's not that tough, but when you're out there with those varsity girls, you're going at it. If there's a loose ball, there's 15 people diving for it out there. I mean, there's only 10 on the floor, but it feels like there's 80 of you running at it. But, yeah, there's just a lot of physical. Like, if you're going into the paint, you're getting bumped, you're getting hit. We're probably not going to call the foul, but you're getting it. So.
Okay. You know, as Coach Groves talked about, Sarah, being the lone senior and kind of being the senior leader, have you seen a difference in her from last year to this year?
Yeah, I feel like she's a lot happier, and she seems like fun. Like, she's ready to go. She's excited to play. I know she doesn't want to start because it's her last year, but she's excited, and she's ready for her sister to come up and play with us, and she's ready for all the girls to be there.
And for either one of you, I ask you, we talk about it all the time at the football level, the community of Calhoun. When you go out there on a Friday night, you got the cowbells ringing, and it's an unbelievable, experience in high school. Is it the same on the basketball side? I mean, do you guys, feel the support from the community?
Yes, definitely. We are a big football school, so there is a bunch of fans supporting that, but there's also a bunch of fans that support football that want to see the other sports and how they do throughout the year.
And you're, talking about your senior year, I mean, it's kind of like I can remember when I was a baseball player going back to you starting that senior year, you're excited about it, but then you're also kind of counting down the days. I only have this many games left. Do you see yourself doing that also a little bit?
Yes, I definitely do that. I'm excited for this year, but I'm also sad that it's going to be over.
And for you, Kennedy, tell me about your coach. I mean, what's it been? You talked about you're coming from a middle school program, thrown into the fire. I'm sure there were times where he was your least favorite person in the world. But talk about just that whole experience and growing with him a little bit over the last year and a half.
Well, we definitely went head-to-head a lot last year, as I was young. I didn't really know what I was doing. And
you thought you knew everything, right?
Yeah. He was trying to teach me, and I wasn't really listening. But I feel like this year we're going to get along a lot better. Like, we've learned from each other that he's hard, I'm hard. I'm definitely hard-headed, so I'm not going to listen to him. Yeah, but I think it'll be a lot better this year.
Coach, I've got to ask, you talked about these two ladies, and just talking to them, you can see that they, great personalities are right there. Talk a little more about these two that you brought with you, and especially Sarah, your lone senior, what she's meant to your program over the last 4 years.
Well, elaborate a little bit more on what Kennedy just said there. I was hard on her last year. I'm going to be hard on her this year. Going back to Brianna Fraley, and I told Kennedy this several times. I said, you and I can have a similar relationship. Bree, she and I would go at it, but she was able to admit when she was wrong. I'm able to admit when I'm wrong, and we grow from it. I've told Kennedy, I was like, we can have that same kind of relationship because she is outspoken. I did tell her, you're going to have to work on admitting when you're wrong. But I said, when you can do that, we're going to be good. And she's correct, and I think all the coaches here would agree with me as well. A lot of times your point guard's your quarterback on the floor. So they do take a brunt of the criticism because, it's their job when the team can't hear you. As a coach, when the crowd's loud, it's their job to get everybody together and get things under control. So, yes, I'm hard on her. But like she said, we're growing closer together, and that's only going to be a positive for our team. As far as Miller, she pointed this out to me several weeks ago, and I hadn't even thought about it. But she's my first 4-year player coming through, so that's special. She was on our district championship team my first year there, so she's got that experience. She was able to go through that. She's grown up a lot this last year with everything that she had to go through last year with some friends not coming back. She had to grow up quick last year as well. But what I'm most proud of her about is she's really worked on her game. And I know I talked about it earlier, but she's adapted her game where she can go inside and out. That's going to be huge for us because she's no longer one-dimensional. But she's also been great for our young ladies as well. She's turned into a great leader. She comes in, she's up, she's happy, she gets them going. She's got a great attitude. And I've just been really proud of her. We've got some older girls as far as juniors, but our experience is still low. We still got low varsity experience, but she's done a great job of picking these girls up and motivating them and just overall just our leadership. So I'm very proud of her. I'm very proud of Kennedy, and I'm very proud of all of our girls, and I'm looking forward to this year. I think we're going to have a lot of success.
Coach, you mentioned losing Cash and losing Bree. Who are some girls outside of Kennedy and Sarah that's going to have to step up to take over the roles that you're losing with defensive wise with Cash and just overall with Bree?
Well, and we also lose Rachel Schutte. I mean, she was Bree's backup last year. She had 3 concussions last year, and unfortunately she's not going to be able to return. That's going to be a big loss for us. I mean, she's a double waiting to happen. So we've got to have somebody step up there, and Danielle Reynolds, she can step up in that position. We do have Sarah Larkin. She was a starter last year, so we do, have 3 starters back. Right now I'm looking for that, 4th or 5th starter. But I always try to tell my girls, I said, I don't need starters, I need finishers. And, anybody can start a game. Anybody can come out there starting 5, but usually the ones that finish the game are the ones that's bought into what you're doing throughout the game and are being most effective in that particular moment. And we've got a lot of girls that can do that. One thing is we haven't been a great outside shooting team. We get Sarah Johnson back this year. She's been out for 2 years. She can shoot it. Or as my dad always said, she can make it, because everybody's a shooter, but you got to have makers. And she's a maker. Ava Lanham, looking for big things out of her this year. She's just got to boost her confidence a little bit, but she could theoretically be our best all-around offensive player if she modes into her offensive confidence, gets her offensive confidence. We've got Mallory Hampton who can shoot it. We've got Katie McCoy, who just yesterday in practice, I mean, she was hitting 30-footers. I mean, confidence through the roof. I mean, she just kept hitting them when we were scrimmaging. We got some young girls and some other girls that might be leaving out right now, but we've got a good young team. We've got a lot of pieces that we can throw in there. We are small, so we're going to have to battle there when we play bigger teams and try to use our quickness to score off our defense. But I'm just excited for them.
Staff-wise, you're bringing back most everybody. I know your dad, probably Allison Wagner, Sydney Cessna.
Coach Cessna, she's got out of it. She, of course, had another child, so she's got 2 now, so she needs to concentrate on family right now, so we're going to miss that. My father, yes, he's back. I don't know that he'll ever give it up. He's probably been coaching for almost 50 years now, but he's coaching our middle school as well, so he's going to be there, and it's always great to have him and his knowledge and his experience. Coach Wagner is going to be back. Coach Allison Wagner, she's back with us this year, and we've brought on Coach Matt Huff. He was the boys' 7th grade coach for several years, and before that, he was an assistant at the high school for the boys' team. He actually was one of Dad's assistants when Dad took over the boys' job back in the early 2000s. So he's got a lot of experience. I don't know that he'll ever get it up. Another day I said, give it up. He's probably been coaching for almost 50 years now, but he's coaching our middle school as well. So he's going to be there, and it's always great to have him, and that always helps. So I've got a great staff this year. The girls are going to love them. Of course, Allison and my dad have already been there. Coach Huff's fitting in nicely, so it's going to work out well.
Kennedy, this is for, I guess, for both of you guys. I mean, you you guys have played a lot of summer ball this summer. You know, how has that play in the AAU circuit helped elevate your game coming into this season?
We definitely needed more time together with the seniors leaving last year. We needed more games to play with each other before the season started, and I think it helped a lot with our chemistry to be able to play summer ball.
Well, thank you very much. We're going to switch you guys out and bring on Ohio County boys. Kennedy, Sarah, Emerson, Ella, good luck this season, and thank you for coming down. Make sure you grab whatever you need here.
In night out, you're playing Bowling Greens and Lyon counties, and I think we got to scale it back a little bit. We've kind of talked about taking more time off during the week, just some little things, tweaking here and there in our practices.
Got a very experienced team coming back. You look at every regional poll, and you guys are up there in the top 1, 2, or 3. But I know those are just polls. You got to go play. What are some things you talk about toughness? Are there some guys that you want to see take another step forward to get you to where you guys want to go?
Yeah, I think, physically we've all taken a big step. They've all gotten stronger. I really, really need Carson Kennedy. I think he's taken another step forward, although he's been out. He hasn't practiced since the beginning of practice. But this summer he took a really big step forward. And in the early preseason you can see that big step. But I think all of our kids have gotten stronger. You've coached a lot, and you understand, like, you got to get kids to understand their roles. Mm-hmm. Once you get kids to understand their roles and excel at those roles, that's when you start becoming really good.
How's that gone in practice so far? I mean, I know as a coach you would sit down and you kind of define somebody's role, but they've got to accept it and, like you talked about, excel at it. How's that process been so far in the early going? It's
been tough because, we've had, Bo Morris has probably missed 10 practices. He's been hurt. Carson Kennedy hasn't practiced at all. Elijah's missed a few practices. We've had our football kids just got in yesterday. So, I don't know yet. So we haven't really had everybody there. So, that's kind of been the problem. But it's a work in progress. And, we kind of want to be playing our best ball later in the year. And, we're just working on fundamentals and working on little things here and there and just taking the process slow. It's not a sprint, it's a marathon. I tell them that every day. It's a marathon. And sometimes you want to win all these regular season games, and that's all great. But, you got to be good going down the stretch.
I'm always fascinated because I never did it. I coached for a year, but never coached my son. And the relationship you have with Elijah, great relationship. But how tough is that sometimes for you to realize that every now and then I got to turn off the coach's hat and just be dad?
It's tough. It's not an easy job. Sometimes he feels like I nitpick at him, which I probably do at times. But it's hard because you see the potential, not only him but all the other kids. There's a lot more there, and a lot of it's just the effort and just playing a little bit harder and doing just a little extra things here and there. And but it's not an easy task, but it's been rewarding.
We know. Just from covering you guys last year, we know about Elijah and the year Carter had last year, like I said, Kennedy and Morris. Who are some guys maybe around the region that people don't know that you look for to maybe not to be a star on the team, but a really good role player that can help this team to the next level?
I'm not sure. That's going to be a surprise. No, I'm just kidding. I think, Caleb Kennedy's come back out. He didn't play last year. He's shooting the ball extremely well. Caleb, what did I say? Oh, Caleb Kennedy. I'm sorry. Carson Kennedy. That's his older brother. Sorry, Carson Kennedy. Of course, he's taking a big step. Caleb Manning he's come along. He didn't play last year. Brady Ward's another senior that didn't play a whole lot. He played some minutes at times. He's had some really good times. But we got a really good sophomore class. Got some really good sophomores. Tate Abney, Ryan Durham, Alex Quisenberry. Some of those kids are, they're filling in. Physically they're just not where these guys are, our older guys, but they're definitely going to fight for some minutes, and they compete every day in practice.
Coach, a lot of people have you guys pegged as the leader in the clubhouse right now in the third region. Does that add a lot of pressure to you guys?
Not really. I'm not really. Everybody asks me about these transfers, and I don't really get into all that. I don't really care. I worry about what we do, and we'll scout them when it's time for us to play them, and we kind of focus on our guys and target on our back. That's for everybody to talk about. I mean, we're not really. We just focus on we're in our own little hole down in Beaver Dam. That's kind of what we do. We don't really get into all that stuff, and we just preach to our kids and come in, put your hard hat on, let's get to work today and get better.
Elijah, this is for you. It was the season ended last year, and you go into your off season. What are some things in your game that you wanted to improve on to start your senior year?
I think the biggest thing was the weight room. The Iron Jungle here, the weight room. I was here 3-4 times a week. Getting stronger, putting about 5-10 more pounds of muscle, and becoming more of a consistent shooter. I think last year I struggled sometimes. I was hot and cold, but I want to be more of a consistent shooter this year.
Not asking you where you're going, don't give me your college choice, but tell me about just that whole aspect of going through the recruiting process, the highs and lows of it. For you, I mean, is it? I know it's enjoyable, but sometimes it just kind of get old, or are there some lows in that whole process?
Kind of come impatient with it, but I just learn to stay patient and I mean, it's going good right now. The recruitment process is just some small schools in the I-83 and whatever. So I just got to stay patient, and I'm not too worried about that right now. I'm worried about this season and just going to Rupp.
You know, I asked your dad about the relationship. I'm going to ask you, how tough is it sometimes to play for Dad? I mean, you know, he talks about maybe I nitpick him a little bit, but how, you know, this is something you've been going through for a couple of years now. But, you know, it's got to be fun. It's got to be good. But there are some low moments to it.
Oh, it has its moments for sure. It's hard to distinguish dad from coach sometimes, and we're just alike. We butt heads, and I mean, I wouldn't trade it for the world though. So
does Mom have to play peacekeeper?
Yeah, she definitely does. And Ella too. And Ella.
and Ella too. Yeah. All right. Talk about your teammates a little bit. You know, like, you know, guys, it's. I'm always fascinated because, like you talked about, Beaver Dam's a great place, and it's a basketball. You know, they live and die. To play peacekeeper team. You know, there's some people out there.
She definitely does. And Ella too. And Ella.
And Ella too. Yeah. All right. The relationships you build with your teammates. Talk about your teammates a little bit. You know, like, you know, guys, you know, it's. I'm always fascinated because, like you talked about, Beaver Dam's a great place, and it's a basketball. You know, they live and die. To play peacekeeper team. You know, there's some people.
She definitely does. And Ella too. And Ella. So I love the guys. I love all of them, and I think we're gonna go far this year.
I've got to ask you one before we get to Carter. I've got to ask you. You know, from the outside looking in, we hear about or we see that rivalry with Muhlenberg County.
Yeah.
For you guys, is it as big as we think it is, or is it even bigger?
It's not as big as you say it is. Yeah, it definitely is.
Is it?
Yeah.
Do you enjoy going down there? Like you get those games, and we know about the 3-team district. It's big because you win the regular season. You don't have to play that elimination game.
Yeah.
But what is it to you? You've been going through this for 4 or 5 years now.
Yeah.
Those Friday nights that you go down to Muhlenberg and play, and you go down to McLean County and play. Yeah. Tell us a little bit about that experience.
It's awesome. I love when the gym's packed and the noise is loud. I love Friday Night Lights.
Okay. I'll ask you before I turn it over to Jalen here. You've got a big test coming up on Friday. I'm not going to ask you what teammate you want helping you study. What teammate do you not want to help at all having you study?
That's a tough question right there. But I don't want. I can't answer that. I can't throw anybody under the bus.
There you go. That's being a good teammate right there.
I'm gonna keep that to myself.
I appreciate that. You know, Carter, you came to Ohio County originally, played at Apollo. Talk about when you got there, just that whole experience of that community and that how they thought basketball, you know, how they see basketball. Talk about that difference between the two schools, or for you.
You know, when I got there, everyone was welcoming and everyone was super nice to me, and I really felt like they wanted me, and, you know, coaches always been there for me. My teammates have been there for me. Like Elijah said, I've grown to have been very close to my teammates, and they're definitely going to be my friends for probably my whole life. So it's been great.
Talk about with Elijah. You know, he's into his senior year. He's the leader there. You know, talk about your relationship that you have with him.
You know, I've gone really close with Elijah. Every practice, you know, we go at it. We get mad at each other, but it's all love at the end of the day.
It's brothers. You can
get
mad at brothers.
I mean, we're about to go golf after this, so it's like we're good friends. So it's awesome to be able to play with him and really, you know, compete against each other and with each other to beat the good teams. So
now, you got to be honest. Who's the better golfer?
I have never played with him. I would say probably him, but I don't know. I guess we'll see today. You know,
you got to put a little money on it, aren't you? You got to have a little something on it, don't you?
Maybe so.
I'll ask Coach Decker. Coach, if they're playing together, if it costs you dinner, who are you betting on?
I've never seen Carter play golf, so I'm not really sure. I could be both of them, though. So.
You can be both of them. I know. I guarantee you. You know, you talk about, when we talk about, we know, you know, about you, and we know about Elijah and Carson. I mean, the year you guys had last year. But talk about maybe some of the young guys that people in the region don't know that are playing. You know, I know it's practice and not, you know, but you guys worked out all summer too. Who are some young guys we better keep an eye out for?
You know, obviously Bo Morris, Caleb Manning, you know, Tay Abney, A lot of those guys, the younger guys that are stepping up to help us, and a main thing is they help us in practice a lot, giving us a good challenge to help us prepare for the good teams that we'll be playing throughout the season. And, it's a team effort, and we just got to come together as a team to really improve and go to Rupp.
I know this is for any of you. I know the ski, but when you look at that schedule, when you see Lyons County coming to Ohio County, I mean, everybody knows about Lyon County, and that's got to mean a little something. I mean, you got to at least kind of check that one off for the box to look forward to.
We're super excited. I mean, I am. I know everyone else is. I mean, we're ready for the competition. I played with those guys younger in AAU, and we're ready to get the win. So we're excited for it.
That's a tough week. We play Butler on Tuesday and Lyon on Thursday.
Yeah,
so if you've seen our schedule, so
you may see 1027 the game around there a little bit for those couple games. Yeah. I'm sure they'll be.
Lyon, they've got 2 D1 kids. The Shoulders kid signed for UT Martin, and I think Travis Perry's narrowed it down to 5. So I'm sure they'll be Sunday. So it could be.
You played against him. You guys got any insight? Can you give me a heads up of where he's going?
I got my guesses, but
no.
I'll ask you, either one of you, either for Carter or for Elijah, when you look at the schedule and you especially in this region, who's the toughest guy for maybe you to match up to guard with, or is there somebody out there that maybe guards you the best out there that whenever that time comes up that that night that it's been a tough game.
We can't take any teams lightly. Every team we got to play our hearts out, and every game is like it's our last. We want to win every game, and there's a lot of good players that are on the other teams that we have to prepare for, and we'll scout for and practice, and we'll be prepared for them.
Coach, I got to ask you, talk about your coaching staff a little bit. I know you've got a great coaching staff. A couple have been there for you a long time, but talk about them a little bit.
Yeah, Coach Matt Briggins, he's been with us. He's been with me for a long time. Me, my first stint coaching, and had a lot of good years. Then I have Ty Vincent, who's a young guy. He does with our younger kids. And, this year we brought on Matt Simmons, who's our 8th grade coach. So we kind of got a bridge for the first time between our middle school and high school, which is a good thing. Before we never really had that good relationship. And I wouldn't say it was a good relationship, but we kind of have a bridge now where we can, run in the same stuff and have the same concepts and the same terminology. And it's been really good so far.
And I'll ask you, Carter, because I'm afraid to ask Elijah what we're going to say. But talk about what it is playing for Coach Decker.
It's great. He's a great coach. Coach of the year for 2 years in a row, 3 years, something like that. So, he's a good coach. Every practice he's hard on us, and it's been great for us. You can tell that he believes in all of our players. He trusts us to go out and do what he's taught us and do the game plan that he's given us, and he's been great so far. So it's hopefully a good year, and it'll be good.
Hey, Coach Decker, with the new foul rules, what's your thoughts on that this year?
I'm not sure yet. I'm anxious to see. After the 5th foul, it's 2 shots, and then it resets, and then I think in overtime it doesn't. So I'm a little. I'm not sure yet. I'm anxious to see how that plays out. And changing where you take the out of bounds at. You draw your side outs and you're under out of bounds. We've been thinking about that, but I'm not really sure. Ain't got a good feel. We have our first scrimmage Saturday at Louisville. We play Louisville Butler on Saturday, and then the following Saturday we got a couple good scrimmages, and we'll see how that goes with the fouls.
Something too as a coach, because I'm always fascinated. There's always the argument on social media about the shot clock in high school basketball. Kentucky's one of the few that there's a lot of states in high school basketball that's moved to the shot clock. And I guess I've just never asked coaches, what are your feelings on that? Would you like to see some type of shot clock in high school basketball, or do you like the way it is?
Absolutely. I think there needs to be a shot clock. I don't know if it was a 24-second shot clock, maybe something like a 35 or even a 40 or 45, but I think there needs to be a shot clock. The problem is with small high schools is you have to install those on both ends. You got to have a clock operator, so that's just more expenses for the school. So there's arguments both ways, but I feel like it's good.
Now, if you were the guy, the king that gets to set the rules, you would have one of the same.
I would have one, absolutely. I would probably do something like a 40 or 45. I think that's good enough, because I think, without a shot clock, the best team don't always win. I think with the shot clock, the best team will win, in my opinion. I think.
Do you see? And I know I know one of the complaints I've heard of the 2-shot foul rule is late in games. That it was. that 1-and-1, it's a lot different when you go to the line with a 2-point lead and you got 1-and-1. That first shot, you've seen it. Guys get tight and they end up short.
Yep.
Do you think this is kind of a learning situation for coaches, maybe changing some end of the game situations?
I think you don't have to really preach defense without fouling, because especially in that fourth quarter, because if you can keep out of that bonus, because you're going to get those 2 shots, and if it goes into overtime, it's going to continue on. So I'm not really sure yet. I haven't, it's one of those things we haven't seen it and hadn't experienced it, but I'm sure it'll as the year goes on, we might tweak a few things here or there. Play some more zone or something.
Carter, Elijah, both of you, tell me a little bit about your individual goals you're wanting, and then what's the team goal? I mean, is the team goal have to be get to Rupp Arena?
Rupp Arena that's the ultimate goal. I mean, this is our last year. I mean, this is it right here. We've been dreaming about this since I was a little kid. Since I sat on the bench there when he was coach in 2013 when they went to Rupp. I've dreamed of it since I was a kid, and that's definitely the ultimate goal, Rupp Arena.
The individual goal for you that you're looking for?
Just better myself, really. Just self-improvement, really. That's it.
Okay. Thank you much, guys. We'll get you out of here. Thank you so much for jumping in and coming in.
Thank you.
Being joined now with Coach Darren Lynham of McLean County, also Gunnar Revelet, Brody Klein. Coach, we'll start with you. You're coming off last year, a very successful regular season. I know if you don't get to the regional tournament and be success there, you're always looking to get better. What was something that you were looking for in this off season to get ready for this season? Something you maybe looking forward to either change or to get better at?
Well, we lost 6 quality seniors last year, and I've got Brody and Gunnar back with us this year. But then outside of that, we're starting over. We really don't have a whole lot of experience. Jax Lee played a little bit last year in kind of a reserve role. But, it was kind of, starting over for us this year with, Brody's our only senior, and we've got about 5 juniors and about 4 or 5 sophomores that could maybe see the floor. So we're kind of rebuilding a little bit.
in that, when you're talking about a team that you're rebuilding, not a lot of varsity experience, does it change how you prepare early in the season to kind of, baby steps at a time, or has it just been, hey, this is what we do?
Well, I think it's a little bit of both. This is what we do, and we're not really going to try to use that as a crutch. But at the same time, as a coach, you've got to realize that, you're not dealing with experienced players like last year. Jackson Floyd, Cruz Lee, Brody had played as a sophomore on the region runner-up team. Evan Ward was a returning starter. So, we had a lot of experience last year where, I was expecting them to know things, understand things, where this year it's not going to be quite that way. Obviously these two out here are going to be team leaders, and they will be our best two players. But, we're just going to have to bring the others along. And we've got some talent to bring along.
Who are some, you talk about, these are guys that we won't know. They don't have the name throughout the region. Who are some guys that, these young, inexperienced players that are bringing along outside of these two that maybe we need to keep an eye out for? Well,
we've got 4 other juniors besides Gunner that will see some varsity time, possibly Landon French, Jax Lee, Zane Decker, Braden Davis. And then on the sophomore level, we've got Camden Baird and Braxton Floyd, which is Jackson's little brother. Jalen Groves, which is Coach Groves' son. Those 3 are probably our 3 best sophomores. They all have a chance to see the varsity floor. And then we're not for sure if H.B. Whitaker's going to play basketball yet or not. He's trying to decide whether he's going to or not. But if he does, and we hope he does, he'll be in the mix for sure, obviously, too.
Talk a little bit about the city of Calhoun. You've been there a few years now, like talked about a couple of years ago, regional runner-up, another 20-win season last year, a nice season. That's a great community that, they're starting to it's a sports community. They love their high school sports. Talk about that, the support you've gotten there since you've been there at McLean County.
Yeah, it's been great. They've been great to me. I feel we all get along. The administration at the school is really supportive. Of all the schools I've been to, it's been the best one I've been at yet. I don't plan to leave until I get out of this.
Talk a little bit about your senior here, Brody Klein. It's a guy that's been with you for a while. We've seen him on the football field, the 3-year quarterback there. But talk about him more as the type of person Brody Klein is, and maybe not the athlete he is.
Well, Brody has gone through a lot here the last year. His dad went through some health problems. And he's picked himself up through that, had a fantastic football season. As you said, he's been really good with basketball the last couple of years. He was basically our 6th man 2 years ago. He was basically our second best player probably last year behind Jackson. He's had 2 back-to-back 20-win seasons. And, we're going to get out there and see if we can make it a third with him. So,
Coach, what's it going to take to get over that hump and get back to the regional tournament, or maybe compete with Hancock, Owensboro Catholic, to maybe win all A and go to Richmond and to reach those peaks that I know you guys want to do, get that third 20-win season in a row, those kind of big obstacles?
Pay attention to the fine details, execute, don't beat ourselves. I feel in high school basketball, if you don't beat yourself, you have a leg up on winning. There's just a lot of mistakes that are made at that level. But as we've always done before, it's paying attention to the details and just not beating ourselves and executing. And, our mantra will still be the same. Hopefully we can get the lead by 2 or 3 or 4 minutes to go in the game. And then, we're going to spread it out, and you're going to have to come get us. And, hopefully, we can win games that way.
You got the new rule, the new free throw rule in high school basketball this year. They've changed that a little bit. Looking at that, do you think that changes a little bit, kind of the end of game kind of things, or have you really looked at it enough to know how much it's going to affect the game of high school basketball?
Well, just like Paul said a while ago, I'm not quite for sure yet. It is a little bit different. I was at a middle school game last night, and our team was trailing by like 2 with about 20 seconds to go. More like maybe 30, but then we had to foul. Well, we foul, taking the ball out of bounds. Foul them again, taking the ball out of bounds. It's like, oh, yeah, we got to get to 5. So, yeah, it's a little bit different. I don't know. Obviously there's not going to be any more bonus free throws anymore. But I don't think it will affect the game a whole lot. I'm trying to figure out how we can use it to our advantage. I haven't figured that out yet, and that may take some time, and may never figure it out. But it is something new and different.
You're a guy that's coached at a lot of different places. Southern Indiana, you were in Hancock County for a while. Have you been at a place that anywhere that you kind of get the rivalries of what you see down there in that district with you guys in Ohio County and Muhlenberg County, or is that kind of really special?
It was about the same when I was at Hancock County. Up there is basically Breckinridge and Meade, and in Hancock County. And then, of course, down here, we got us, McLean, Muhlenberg, and Ohio. We're always kind of fighting an uphill battle enrollment-wise. Those schools are 2 and 3 times our size. But, I feel, we've done really well the last 4 years, and we plan to do well this year and the years to come.
I've got a question, not a basketball question, but are the Reds going to win the World Series next year? I know you're a big Reds guy.
Well,
I mean, you had to be happy this year.
I don't know if we if they'd went and got a pitcher at the deadline. The Diamondbacks probably wouldn't have made probably wouldn't have made the playoffs, and then they wind up in the World Series. So
there you go.
We'll have to see.
I'm not going to ask this to too many coaches, but I will ask this to you because I think I know your feelings about this. But the whole third region debate about being at the Sports Center, I've heard you really like playing at the Sports Center. Are you okay with the third region right now being at the Sports Center?
Well, there's no other place to play. You can talk to these two boys here, or anybody else in the region. Why would you not want to play at the Sports Center? 5,000, it holds 5,000. When we won the All-A when I was in Hancock County, it actually worked out that way. The Owensboro Catholic hosted it. So we won it in there. I felt that made that just a little bit more special. Just the atmosphere a couple years ago, when we made the regional finals, you can't find that in high school, Jim. You just can't do it. And, that's just something that we don't need to lose. I go back to when I played over across the river at Heritage Hills. We played in the Boonville sectional, and Boonville was really good. We went in there and won that sectional 6 times in 10 years. So I don't buy into the Owensboro bias of the teams around here kind of have an advantage or whatever. When you get to that stage of the game and at that time of the year, you line up and play, and the court really doesn't make a difference.
I think you're ahead of the game because you all play 5-6 games a year in the Sports Center anyway. So. I think you're taking what some people see as a negative and making it an advantage to you because you all play more games there.
Yeah, I feel so. We love to play in there. I love the place. It's work to put stuff like that on. But I think the boys like to play there. And, again, it gives us some games in there, and we kind of, affectionately refer to it as our home away from home.
Got a question for Brody. Coming back this year now, you're the senior leader. Coming off football, how tough is that transition coming right out of football, taking a day or 2 days, whatever, and then jump right into basketball? For an athlete, how tough is that overall, and how tough has it been for you each year?
It's pretty tough because football, really bangs you up, and you really got to recover. In basketball, in football, you really hurt your hands and stuff, just tackling people and stuff. So it's definitely not the same, but I still do it every year.
Do you have a favorite? Like, if I could tell you only get to play one sport, would it be quarterback or would it be guard out there?
That's a tough one.
Today it's basketball.
Yeah, today it's basketball.
There you go.
I'll help you out on that.
I know he would choose football.
Talk a little bit about some things. And I know for you being, multiple sport athlete, it gets a little tougher. But what are some things when basketball got over that with, you wanted to get better at coming into this season?
Just improve my game overall. I want to be able to score more and help the team out more and win more and get back to the Sports Center and regionals.
Talk a little bit about what the community of Calhoun means to you. You see it on the basketball floor. You see it at Friday Night Lights on Friday. What is it that makes that community so special and such a sports community? It's
just because every football game, everyone comes out and support us, and at the basketball games, it's not just a county, it's like our family, and they inspire me to do great things and play the way I do.
I've got to ask you, now you be honest here, nobody's listening, okay? Do you like the cowbells? Go ahead, you can be honest.
They can be a little loud and obnoxious.
I know. Before we get to go, I got one last question. What's it like playing for this guy? Because I know at times he can get on. I mean, this is, you got that, you can have that love-hate relationship, but overall, what's it like to play for Coach Lynham?
It's a blast. It's a very great experience that I'm glad that I get to experience, and I wouldn't want anything else.
Gunner, go ahead.
What's the difference in playing for Coach Lynham and Coach Wagner?
Coach Lynham, he's more vocal about things. Coach Wagner is just more set back, and he's more set back. He doesn't scream as much.
Gunner, I've got to ask you, and I'll ask you the same thing I asked Brody, as you were getting ready for this year and working in the off season to get ready, what are some aspects in the game that you wanted to improve in your game?
Probably the biggest was probably my three-point shot. Last year it wasn't really that great, but I've really worked on that and my ball handling. It's probably the biggest two.
Should I ask Coach Lynham if you're allowed to shoot the three-pointer? I mean, sometimes you kids will work on things that the coach doesn't want them to do. You still have the green light, right?
Yeah.
And I'll ask you the same thing I asked Brody. I mean, that is a special place in Calhoun. Talk about you growing up in there and playing there. I mean, it's just different.
Yeah. Everybody's very supportive, especially if you play sports. Ever since I've been in middle school, everybody's came to the games. Always been behind you and supported you. About even if you made a bad play, they were still on your side. They didn't really, just kind of supported you.
Talk about a little bit that 10th district rivalry. I mean, I know the McLean County, Ohio County, Muhlenberg. I mean, you guys grew up with each other, playing at each other since you were 3 or 4. So, I mean, it is kind of a love-hate relationship, isn't it?
Yeah. My family's from Muhlenberg, so I already know most of them, and I pretty much live in Ohio County, so I've always grew up playing everybody. So it's fun to play your friends, but it's very competitive.
Let me ask you a question. Favorite place to play in the 10th district, other than Calhoun? Would you rather go and play in Muhlenberg, or is it go and play in Ohio County? Which gym do you like better?
My favorite gym's probably Muhlenberg's.
Okay. All right.
This is for Coach Lynham. A small school like McLean County, what's the importance of having multi-sport athletes?
Well, it's very important. I mean, with us being a smaller school, we have a smaller percentage across the board. And so, whatever sport the boys like to play, or the girls or whoever, they need to play. And we've been really good at being able to work all that out and everybody getting, their fair share of the time in the summer and what have you. That's what you have to do at a school our size, and really anywhere. I mean, high school sports. I mean, when you get in the bigger places like the Muhlenbergs, Meade Counties, Hendersons, you shouldn't just try to do one sport. Because I mean, it's a high school experience, and you need to experience all you can. You only get to do it once.
Talk a little about, Gunner, about the relationships you have with your teammates. I mean, you're talking about being a small school where a lot of times these athletes play multiple sports. So you grow up playing all these. Just talk about a little bit like your relationship with Brody and some of your teammates and how important that is to you.
It's very important to me because, I mean, I'll probably have friends for life with basketball. And me and Brody spend a lot of time together, go to school together, practice together. Not really a whole lot to do in McLean County, so everybody's always together. So it's just very important.
Is there something, your personal goal for this year, maybe goals that you set that you would like to do this year, and also maybe a team goal here that you can tell us about?
Last year was my first year playing varsity, and we didn't make it to region, so I would like, my goal as a team would probably be playing region.
Brody, you got one that you kind of picked out for you that you want to get done this year? Probably personally yourself and also as a team, other than just a regional?
Have another 20-win year.
Okay. How about for you personally? What's something that you'd like to, and it may just be that you want to get better at something, but what's something that you kind of personally, because I think it's important to set your own personal goals. What's something for you?
Just really get everyone involved on the team and have everyone score and assist them on their points.
Okay. You got anything else?
Gunner, I talked to Coach Lynham about multi-sport athletes. You got that big senior year coming up next year. We can expect you on a football field, right?
Yeah.
Senior Guys, year. Thank you so much for coming. And Coach Lynham, thank you. I know you've been busy this morning. Thank you so much.
Okay, yeah, thank you. Yeah, we're looking forward to the year. We've had back-to-back 20-win seasons and 4 winning seasons in a row, and we're going to do our best to try to make it 5. And, these two guys right here will be leading the way, and I wouldn't want any other guys leading the way. They've been tremendous for me.
Thanks, Coach. Hancock County now, Coach. We got to ask you. Kind of lost some nice pieces last year. Went to the All-A last year. A nice year overall, but looking into this year, what are some things for the team that you've got to get better at that maybe you're looking to improve from last year?
I think last year we really excelled with our guard play, and we've got some younger pieces in the post that I think are really going to develop well this year. I think we had a lot more speed on the court last year. We're going to have a lot more size this year, so it's going to, going to look a little bit different, but excited about where we're moving along at.
Talk about these two, the ladies you brought with us today. I mean, I know coaches always talk, who am I supposed to bring? We leave that up to the coaches. What are the reasons that maybe you picked these two to come with you today?
Sure. So I have 6 seniors, so that's a big asset for us coming back this year after losing some really good seniors last year. And, of course, these 2 seniors are just the forefront of everything we've done over the past 4 or 5 years, even as middle schoolers stepping up and playing big roles for us. And, Ella's come in leading scorer last year, I think leading rebounder, great at getting to the free throw line. And I think Lily was our second leading scorer last year, so definitely our second returning scorer. And so they provide so much more than scoring. Yeah, they provide a lot of leadership on and off the court.
You know, you look at it in girls basketball. I'm not sure, the 12th or the 11th district. Sorry about that. 11th district is about as tough as it can be. In the last few years with what Meade has done and what Breck has done. And talk about that in that district, how tough it is to get over that hump. Yeah, it's been far too long for us to get over that hump, and that's what we got our eyes set on. We know we're capable of it. Owensboro Catholics region champs last year, and we beat them to advance to the finals of the All-A region. So we know we're capable. It's about just getting to that spot and executing as we get those opportunities against Breck County and Meade County, and we're definitely hungry and focused on finding our way to the tournament at the end of the year in February. A lot of people in the region know about these two. Who are some maybe people that you're looking to take a step forward that maybe is kind of unknown to the quote-unquote region that you think has the ability to not only be better but also to make the team a lot better? Sure. We have several seniors, Alexis Gay and Kendra Cowan and Laney Roberts have a lot of returning minutes coming back to us, and I think they play a great job at their roles and excelling at their roles, and I see them taking some greater roles too. We got some great freshmen, Mallory Toole and Carolina Jones and Ansley House. Carolina and Ansley are probably going to play a really big role for us, especially as they continue to develop. And they've had some great summer time in our summer games, so they've looked really well. And, one that really stepped up and helped us in small ways that probably goes unnoticed on the stat sheet is Sophia Newby. She was a 7th grader last year. Big reason why we advanced to the All-A state tournament and had the success we had. And like I said, she does all the little things right, makes the extra pass in the right spot defensively, finding the offensive rebound in the big moment, and taking the shot when we beg her to finally take a shot. So I think she's going to step up and play a huge role for us. We've asked a few of the coaches, and a lot of them have talked about how it's still new. They're kind of waiting to see. But the new high school rule, the new free throw shooting rule, is that something that you kind of looked at to see how it maybe changes the game a little bit? Yeah, I'm sure you can kind of look at it both ways. I'm sure it changes it and speeds it up in opportunities, and is going to slow it down in opportunities and different depending on the situations and things. I know I like our chances when we get to the free throw line. So always getting 2 shots at the free throw line. We've been really focused on making sure we execute at the free throw line, and our girls have always done a really good job of that over the past year or two. So maybe a plus. I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. Wait and see. First question here for Ella. I'm going to ask you the most important question I can ask you all day. Who's better, you, your mom, or your aunt?
That's a really hard one, to be honest. Most competitive, probably my mom. My aunt's not going to give anything to my mom, though, that's for sure. I'd love to see a one-on-one between my mom and my aunt. That'd be interesting.
I would too. Hey, I've seen it a couple times.
But if it was a tournament, I think I'd win. Okay. Just being confident. But yeah.
Talk about just playing. Up there in Hallsville and Lewisport, the support you got. You're talking about. You play multiple sports, whether it be softball, basketball, and it's a great athletic place. Talk about a little bit about the support that you guys get as girls basketball players in Hancock County.
Well, I already knew the support at Hancock County was great, but when we won the All-A, just the outpouring of donations and everything to get us there and to just have a great time up there and to celebrate how hard we've worked and the great accomplishment we did by winning, it just showed that they really care about us doing the best we can, and just giving our all in the sports. And, of course, we've had a lot of success in softball, and we've seen a ton of support there. And so it was good this year to see more support through basketball.
If I had to ask you your first love, basketball or softball?
Oh, it was basketball. I'm sorry, Todd. It was basketball. It was basketball. I'm sorry.
What was something as you get through with the, last year the basketball gets over and softball gets over and you get into the summer, and I know it can be tough because you got to work on 2 different games, but on your basketball side, what was something you want to get better at?
Definitely my 3-point shot. I needed to develop that a lot more. I'm good with driving to the basket. I love doing that, but I knew that I needed to develop my game so that maybe that driving to the basket would be open more so they wouldn't just, sag down on me the whole time. So
I'm shocked because I've seen your family shoot. I mean, come on, that's a shooting family.
It is a shooting
Are you telling
family.
me you're letting the family down? Is that what you're
Just
doing?
a little bit.
She's more of a driver. She's
Yeah.
a lot stronger than they were.
Yeah.
Talk about your coach a little bit and playing for him and what that's meant to you, and you're going into your senior year and what he's helped you accomplish, not only on the basketball floor, but just, becoming a better person and becoming a young lady moving forward.
Well, one thing about Coach Husk, he's always put God first in everything that we do. We make sure we pray after each practice. We make sure that we just do things to bond and to just get close to God as we go along, to make sure we're glorifying God in everything we do. And I just love that about him, of course. And he makes us give our entire effort in everything that we do, which I appreciate because I'm giving my all the time, and I want all my teammates to do the same as well. And I appreciate that from him. He's more concerned on developing us as a person and getting us ready for life than us winning all these games. He'd just rather us become better people before better players, I think so.
Last question I'll ask you. Has it hit you yet as you get into basketball season that it's my senior year? I mean, it goes by so fast. I don't think we realize that. And when you're playing sports, and just, you move on to the next season. But as basketball starts and you got softball coming up later, has it hit you yet that, man, I got 28 more basketball games, or hopefully a few more after that. But has it hit you yet?
Well, it hit me when Bailey and Emma graduated because it kind of just thought, well, they're gone. Who's next? And I was like, oh, Lord, this is going to be hard. But they say not to wish it away or anything when people graduate, and you really never take that into account when you're younger, thinking, oh, I just want to get to my senior year, ready for life. But you really want to savor it as best you can. And it has hit me. Because I love basketball, I love sports, I love softball, and it's just kind of difficult for me sometimes to think that one day it might be over. So, yeah.
Question for Lily. First of all, congratulations, Lily, signing your scholarship down to Campbellsville. Well earned. How's the knee? That's the first question everybody wants to know. How's the knee doing?
It's doing pretty good. I've been going to physical therapy, and I've been doing really good, getting good reports from my doctor, so I'm progressing good.
For someone that's played sports all their life, how tough was that when you get that news, torn ACL, and then you're going to have surgery, you're going to be out for a while. For someone that's always been active, whether it be, playing softball in the summer, softball season, basketball, how tough was that mentally, just those first couple of weeks for you?
Yeah, it was really tough. I remember going to physical therapy, and my therapist, Ethan, he was like, you're not being yourself. I was kind of down on myself, but my family and my friends, everyone just really supported me. I remember Coach Huss came to my first physical therapy appointment, so that was really special. And I think I just surrounded myself with really good people to help me get better. But yeah, I played softball all year round, and then in between playing basketball, so it was really tough not being able to do anything. But I'm super glad that I'm back to practicing and practicing softball too.
Talk about the relationship. You talked about having six, Coach Huss talked about having 6 seniors. I mean, these are 6 ladies that you have grown up with, level, multiple sports with them. The relationship you have with the seniors on this team here, just not only on the team, but also off the court.
Yes, we are all best friends, which is so cool. There's 6 of us, and we really are best friends. We hang out all the time off the court, so it makes it super good. Our relationship on the court is super strong, and we've always been best friends, even when we were little, so it's crazy.
I got a tough one for you then, because I asked this earlier. Talking about your 6 best friends. You got a big test coming up Friday that you have to pass. Which of the 6 are you getting to help study?
Alexis Gay.
That was easy.
33 on her ACT.
There you go. There you go.
Ella's pretty smart too. We're really smart. Our basketball team, we have one of the highest GPAs. I feel like.
I don't think we've had a C on our.
That's not bad.
On our grades since I took over.
Definitely Alexis though.
and talk about just the community of Hancock and how it supported you through the years. We've seen it on the softball field, on the basketball. You come from a small community. You come up playing athletics. How's that been? What's that meant to you?
It means so much. Ella did a really good job at explaining how everyone gets behind us everywhere. I mean, we traveled to Richmond, which is really far, and we still had a great crowd, a great student section. It was crazy, and it's for every single sport. So it really means a lot for everyone to be so close and always have each other's back.
Has it hit you yet that you get it into the senior year?
Because I haven't really been able to do that much, so it has not at all. I'm waiting for it.
Do you know when you're going to be released or when you can start basketball, or what's kind of the target point that you're going to be able to play in a game?
Yeah, we don't really know yet. My physical therapist, Ethan, another shout out. He asked me to do that. No, I'm just kidding. He's been working really hard to get me back, and I'm progressing really well. So I go back to the doctor on November 20th, and he's supposed to tell me more on when I can play again.
Any personal goals for you two that you set up? Team goals. What's the big team goal here, Coach? You can also talk about this, or Ella, either one. What's the big team goal that you kind of set for this year?
No, you got it.
Something we've been on for even before I took over the program 6 years ago is getting back to the region tournament and competing and making it to the state tournament in all A. We've checked that off. We want to find ourselves in a situation to be successful and have an opportunity to do that again. But, we want to play in February when it matters. And I think we're confident that if we can get over that hump with two really tough teams in Breck and Meade, we find ourselves being pretty successul probably in the region tournament.
I was going to say, you can get out of that district.
Yeah.
You're one of the front runners.
So, that's definitely something we got our eyes on. But, it's cliche, but we want to find ourselves getting better every day. And we're going to be happy with working our butts off and getting better every day and being content with where the chips fall after that and the results fall.
Thank you so much. That was easy, wasn't it?
Oh, you know what? You asked me a question.
Being joined is Coach Heichert, Peyton Bradley, Meade County, girls basketball coach and player. And Coach, first of all, we'll welcome in. And, I know always been one of the favorites in the region the last few years. And anytime you've got this young lady on your team, you're going to be up there. But I don't think people realize you did lose quite a bit from last year's team. What is this year coming in? What have you been looking for maybe to change a little bit or get a little bit better at? Because you do have some really good players you lost that you have to replace.
Yeah, we do. When you've had Maddie Clanton at the point guard for 5 years, it's you have to shift up some things offensively and putting Peyton a little more from the point guard, which we like. It's different for us, but the other kids are adjusting well. Peyton is, and when you have I call her Fox, but Paige Medley, she plays the wing but can play a combo guard as well, which makes us super versatile with that. So we're missing that. We're missing, Katie and Sage. They're our size, so it's not going to be any new news to people that we're lacking some size this year. So we're working pretty hard on getting away from those type of situations where it could be a negative thing for us. You can't grow people. But our 6th and 7th man right now, first 2 off the bench have some size, so they don't have a lot of varsity experience, Miranda and Addie, but they're coming along. We had a scrimmage last night at Spencer County and felt like they just did tremendous. They've just grown so much, worked really, really hard in off season. So offensively, we're having to change some of our systems, which takes a little bit of time, but defensively, I would say we're quicker than we've ever been defensively, which we're hoping to maximize that this year.
We know about, everybody knows about Peyton and they know about coming back, Medley coming back. Who are some ones that maybe through the summer got better that you're really looking forward to seeing how that progresses?
Yeah, I think you're going to see an Annabelle Babb play a small forward, and it's a really great piece with what we put on the floor offensively now and what we're trying to do that gives us some outside scoreability with PJ and with Fox, but at the same point, Annabelle Babb can flat out. She has worked on her game. You're going to see her make a huge impact from coast to coast, and even as a small forward getting to the rack, she does that about as well as anybody I've coached, and you're going to see that be a big piece. Savannah has really worked on her game. These kids.
One I saw through social media.
Yeah,
had a big summer. And really
had a big summer's done well.
On my radar to watch.
Yep, she's a very versatile player. She can shoot the three. She can get to the rack. She's extremely athletic. So rebounds pretty well for us. Quick defender. Great piece for us. So even between first half last night, second half, totally different player. Just getting those minutes, just getting that varsity experience where she didn't have those minutes as much last year. So this team's going to evolve this year, and I think our schedule's tough. But as we go throughout the year, the more minutes these kids can get will get us ready for the end of the year.
As a coach, have you had to catch yourself, because the last couple of years you've had a lot of returning minutes, a lot of, you talk about Clanton's been there for 5 years, Peyton, you had a lot of varsity experience. Have you had to catch yourself in practice to say, whoa, I've got to step back a little bit and understand that we just got to grow?
Yeah, I think we've talked about that a little bit. On the flip side of it, you've got Annabelle and Fox and PJ that have extreme amount of experience, been at the state tournament, lost in regions last year, and they're really carrying the lead for that. So if those three can stay healthy, the other kids are going to grow around them. And they're very good leaders that they've been very patient. I'm not the most patient person when it comes to that, I'll be honest, but they're very patient, and the coaching staff is doing a good job. We kind of notice it a little bit even in practices where we are kind of veteran in who we're putting on the floor. We're putting all juniors and seniors and maybe one sophomore. That's some good, age and maturity. At the same point, the truth is there are some new minutes coming in for kids who haven't had it.
We've got a couple of coaches that hadn't scrimmaged yet. So you guys scrimmaged last night. A big fan of the new free throw rule, the new foul rule?
Yes.
Or you a big fan of
yes,
that?
I am.
Like
Style of ball we play a lot. We like it. It keeps the game going up and down a little more. Doesn't slow the game down. And we're going to have to foul a little less than we did last night. But on the other end of it, I'm a fan of it for our style of basketball, yes.
Do you think it changes a little bit, like in the end-of-game situations where you're down 2 or 3 and then you got a foul, you don't have that 1-on-1? It does change the game.
In the game, it will adjust some things, but the flow of game, it caters to us quite a bit more. So I think teams that like to get up and down and may have a tendency to foul a little more because they're aggressive, I think it benefits you on that. And we saw that last night. We were all like second quarter. It starts over. We're like, thank God, because we sure got 6 in the first half. So so we could just start over, and they're not on the line. So for us, with our style of ball and the aggressive nature that we play defense, and we're going to have to this year, we're just trying to get deeper, not so we can foul more, but we can continue to be aggressive and get up and down the floor.
Peyton, a question for you. I heard Coach Hackett mention that you're going to have the ball in your hands a little bit more. So, you've been played off the ball your whole career because of Maddie. What do you like that, or you like the ball being in your hands more?
Yeah, I think I play better with the ball in my hand. I just like taking control in that way. Like I can pass it to my teammates when they're open. I can come off a ball screen, get a shot, or go to the basket. So I personally like it better.
I figured so.
Yeah.
First of all, I do have to say, congratulations on your regional golf title. I mean, I didn't
Thank
realize
you.
we had multiple sport athletes.
I had no idea.
I was
that.
completely shocked.
Thank
But
you.
Congratulations. Is that and I know, I mean, if you're a regional champion, it's more than just being something that you go into, but is that a place that maybe, I mean, everybody thinks you as a basketball player. Is that more of a place where you can go and just clear your head and relax a little bit? Or do you get that competitive on the golf course too?
I'm pretty steady for basketball. Like my emotions are pretty steady, but golf, I'm everywhere. Like yeah, it's bad. I've broken a couple clubs.
Hey, the reason it's called golf is all the other 4-letter words were taken up. I can promise you
You're
that.
right.
So when do you have time to, I mean, because you're playing basketball all the time, when do you have time to work on your golf game?
I don't have a whole lot, but luckily I have Coach Hackert. She's my swing coach. So she taught me how to swing when I was like 5. Okay. So she helps me a lot. Like I'm like, I cannot hit the ball. Can you please just give me like 5 minutes, fix my swing? And she can help me in that. And also like this fall, we had 2 days a week where we did workouts for basketball, and I missed one. So like the more like drill day, I went to golf practice, and then the scrimmage day I went to basketball.
You know, we were driving back from Western last night, and we were preparing for this, and I was looking over rosters, and it hit me. I had you were in my head that you were a senior. I've been covering you so long. I was like, hold on, Peyton Bradley's just a junior? I mean, there's reason. I mean, they can't get rid of her. But talk about also, you know, the just the rivalry that's kind of developed with you and Breck. You know, I mean, that's been really good. And also Hancock. But Breck's kind of been that team trying to get over that hump, and you guys have gotten over the hump a few times. Talk about that rivalry of that, you know, district up there.
Yeah, it's very intense. Those games are the ones we circle. Like, we're looking forward to all the Breck games, I would say. But we just have something in us that just a fire licks inside of us, like when the game comes, and we just don't want to lose no matter what. And I think that pushes us more than anything. Just, you don't want to lose to Breck. And it's the same way with them. Like, they just don't want to lose to us. So it just always button heads. It's the most intense game of the season, I'd say. Just for even district at our place this year. So we're looking forward to it.
You know, she talked about, you know, you lose somebody like Maddie Clanton, who's now down here at Wesleyan, that will be covering and playing. And you know, that was a floor general and a floor leader. Is that something you wanted to do in your game, to have to take it to a different level because you've lost her, who's been out there, you know, kind of being your, you know, the leader out there on the floor?
Yeah, so I've definitely tried to pick that up, because even last year, Maddie would pick my head up. Like, I would always get down on myself. She'd pick me back up. So I've to do that for my teammates this year, not just with the ball, but just as, like, a leader of the team. Like, I have to step up in that way. Just like, come on, you're good. Just get back, shake it off, you're fine. And I've just been trying to get that this year.
You know, it was a great year for you guys last year. You know, didn't end the way you wanted, you know. And it was a rough game for you in the semifinals, and not one of your best shooting nights. How long did it take you to kind of get over that and go, okay, I'm ready to use this for fuel for next year?
It took me a couple days, but then after I got over it, I got back in the gym and I shot for a while and just went back to, like, I can shoot, like, just get back in the flow of it, because it just was not a good game for me. So I know how to shake it and then get past it.
Talk about your relationship that you have with Coach Hackert. I know y'all, you know, I remember talking to you on Live at 5 where, you know, I didn't realize, I think y'all live next door to each other. And it's like, but talk about overall just the relationship and what Coach Hackert means to you personally.
She means a whole lot to me. I mean, not only she's my coach, my swing coach, she's my pastor, my neighbor, my mom's best friend, so my second mom, basically. So she's been in my life since I was 3, and she's just who I look up to the most. And she's always there to encourage me and push me along, because I'm a lot like her. When she was younger, she played golf and basketball too. So she knows what I have inside of me, because that was what she had. So it's always there to push me, and she just knows it.
I might push her a little too hard at times, to be honest.
That's because you know how good she could be. Recruiting process now, how's that been going for you? And have you enjoyed it, or are you wanting it to, or is it kind of overwhelmed you? What's your thoughts on that?
I've enjoyed it personally. I mean, at first it was a little overwhelming, but now I know how to, like, flow with it. I can schedule around things. So that's become easier. I've just been trying to get some visits this year is my main thing, because I'm going to try to decide this summer. So I'm just trying to see as many places as I can, see where I fit the best, see the practices, and all that. But I've enjoyed it.
I've got to ask and talk about the relationship one more time. But I always vision Coach Hackert. One, I'm a big fan of hers. I think she does an unbelievable job.
She does.
But I vision this thing. I know you've probably seen the highlight of Kim Mulkey when she comes off the field, off the court, in her heels after the official. I always vision that kind of being Coach Hackert, that when she wants to get on you, she can flat lay it. Am I wrong on that, or am I right?
No, you're right. But she can control her mouth, so she says the right things to the ref. Like, she will not get technical somehow, and I don't know. Because she says some things, but gets away with it.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's what it is.
I don't know how.
Because my husband, I got to get up and preach on a Sunday, so I don't know.
Well, Coach Hackert, you've coached a lot of great players that have come through Meade.
Yes.
And it's been a winning program, regional championship program. But talk a little bit about this young lady who's beside you. I can remember, I think it was the 7th grade, I'm calling a game on 102.7 a regional tournament, and somebody said, hey, this, steps up and has like 7 3-pointers as a 7th grader.
Yeah.
My mind's blown. But just talk about seeing her grow up, where she said she's known you since, out of the womb, where she was, and just watching her grow as a young lady, not even as a basketball player, but just as a young lady.
Yeah, she's, we were talking about it the other day. I think we were doing some drills, and she's really, I think you're going to enjoy, the versatility in her game that's developed. And we told her, when Kendall Wingler played, I remember we just tell her, go stand in the corner, just do your thing. She didn't have to do anything but shoot. Kendall could drive, and she just had to shoot. And, you don't get to stay there. And Peyton's a quiet leader, but she's a character person. And she's not allowed some of the fame that's come along. She handles pressure well. We're wired similar, so I kind of understand her, but I can also push her in the place of leadership. And I think she's always, when you play your 7th grade, your 8th grade behind Kendall, and then you've got Maddie, you've got these leaders in front of you. And I think what we're seeing this year with the 2 seniors we have, with Fox and with Belle, she's always very respectful to the leadership that's in front of her in her age, but at the same point, we're seeing a lot more. Just even in her Christian character, she really lives that in front of it. She doesn't miss Saturdays with our rec program. That's a big part in a small community like we're in. We love that. She takes a lot of ownership. She takes time to inspire some of the younger Lady Waves, and she'll take time in practice. It's not just about our. She understands the culture of Lady Wave basketball and handles that well. She's smart. She does well in the classroom, and she has a lot of versatility to who she is as a person. And we talk a lot about, don't get your identity wrapped up in just this round ball or a golf ball. You are going to live life as we all see it, with its tough times, its hard times. Last year was hard on us. And to be honest, we had this conversation, social media can be your biggest fan, but they can be brutal too. Oh, yeah. And to be honest, it's hard to lose. And for our team, it was hard to lose that game. But our biggest concept is we're a we. And so we felt like we lost, and it wasn't because Peyton, and she'll be the first one to say that's my fault, and we didn't let her do that. And gave her a couple days, and then there began to be this fire a little bit in our kids that go, you don't like to lose, but at the same point, it's a good thing. And that's her leadership. It's just like, okay, let's get in here. And so she's done a great job, as well as Fox and Belle saying, like, let's lead the way. But she's a tremendous person. And we all know that beyond the basketball years, you have to be great people, and she's going to do great things. And it's what we try to aspire for role models for our program, and she does a great job with that.
One last question, and we'll let you get out of here. From the outside, for the 3rd region, for a lot of people in the 3rd region, Meade's kind of way out there. It's, you're in a different time zone. It's a little different. And we talk about the great communities in sports. But, Coach, talk a little bit about your community and how they have supported you. And especially, I'm amazed, you get to the regional tournament, and it's the Meade County green that shows up and traveling. And talk about just the support that you get from your community in women's basketball.
Yeah, to be honest, it's why I got back into coaching. When we moved back from Michigan, I graduated from Meade County High School, and we were blessed to go to the state tournament in, we won't say when, but Coach Pollack back in the day. And, Meade County even then traveled well and supported, and that was my passion. My passion was, let's have something that the community can come around, especially during COVID and things on the backside of that. And it's special I mean, it's where I was born and raised. But to come back and to have 1,000 people in the gym on a home game, and it's not even just about region, but when we went in the locker room after losing, all I could see were the painted faces and the kids with their, the little lady waves and thinking, man, we just disappointed. It wasn't even as much about a loss that we felt. We feel it as a city. We feel it as a community. And everybody had come out and you're like, man, that was the first thing that came to my mind. And what the joy is you go back home and you've got people that thank you for the season. Thank you for just, again, being a part of what we take a lot of pride, just even the volleyball team winning. Like we all celebrate that because in our community, it's special. Meade County is a special place to be, and we're proud of whatever we can accomplish. But most importantly, we experience those things. Home games are great for us. Home volleyball games are great. It's a special place. So it's tough. I mean, driving, but they don't mind. Everybody just gets in the car, and it's a thing that we do. And there's some challenges to it. We all know that. We're not going to say that, but we always tell our kids, this is what's in front of you. Let's do it. Whether it's come to regions 3 times during the week, there's always challenges. Embrace them in 1 or 2 ways. We're going to be frustrated. We're going to come out with a lot of passion and say this is what's in front of us. And I think our community's done the same. And almost it's helped our community because we're always kind of going a little harder, a little further, taking some challenges to get here, but they always show up. And I can't say enough about even our administration, Dr. Martin, all the way down. They're all about our community and sports and beyond. And it's a really special place.
Thank you so much, Coach. Thanks, Peyton.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming. Caroline Lucas. Coach, we'll start with you. Welcome down here today, and going into the season, what are some things that you're looking for?
Well, I appreciate it. We talked with Chad, and last year we didn't really know what to expect. At the end of the summer, we both looked at each other and the other assistant coaches and guys said, I think we'll be all right. And the big thing was that them being a little bit older now, they finally got some experience. That's what a lot of the girls were missing last year was experience and confidence. You know, of course, you can't be confident if you don't have the experience. So it's kind of just throwing them out there on the floor last year and seeing what happens. This year, we're looking for Caroline and Kaylee, you know, to be a little more assertive and you know, get after it and kind of help coach the young girls with us. And so we're looking to compete for the district, you know, and looking to compete in the region.
You know, it was a team last year, I think, was kind of young, inexperience-wise. A lot of, you know, you were playing some new. You had some experience, but also
Right.
I think it was a team that people thought would be good. I don't know if they thought they would win as many games as they did and turn out to be, you know, right there.
Well,
and now you bring all those back. You know, does that just raise the expectations a little bit?
Well, I think so. That's what last year we looked at and said, do you realize we've won 9 straight? And said we've won some games we didn't know. And, you know, you never know, you know, with the younger group and just the lack of experience. And then once they got that, I think with them and even the younger ones, the sophomores that we've got back home, that they're not satisfied. I think they want to do more. They want to push themselves, and we've had some really good practices with them pushing each other and really getting after it, and you know, appreciating the work. I guess the process of getting better.
And Caroline was one that, you know, I'm sure you guys knew. I mean, we knew she could play, but she was a young lady that took her game to a different level, especially at the scoring aspect of it.
Yeah.
You know, what are some things? I mean, were you surprised by that? Was the coaching staff surprised by that when she comes out and, you know, it's 17, 18 points a game?
Well, that's what most of our coaches have known her since she was little bitty playing, you know, the little leagues and things like that. But we really, you know, not shocked that she could do it. But, you know, until you're in that position, you never know whether or not you're actually going to do it. And that's what, even this summer, especially up at U of L, I think Caroline turned some heads and had them watching her. One, she's a great athlete, good girl, and just works so hard. So with her doing that, she has worked on all parts of her game, not just, you know, what we've had in practice, but on time on her own.
First question I got for you, Caroline. This is the easy one here. Who's the better basketball player, you or Brock?
Oh, I'm going to have to say me. He might get me in baseball. I'll let him have that. But
You let him have that?
I'll let him have that.
He can't guard you in basketball?
No.
Okay.
If you ask him, he'll say he can. Don't believe him.
You get done last year. You had that, you know, you became a scorer that, not that you couldn't, but I think it was a surprise for most in the region, you know. Yeah. And first team all region player. When the season got over, what was something you wanted to prove into your game coming into this year that you thought maybe to get your game to even another level, you had to get better at?
You know, everybody knows me. I'm a hard left-hand player. I've always played like that, and some teams started, you know, forcing me right, and I just think that's something anybody could improve on, especially me, is improving their off-dominant hand. So that's something I really tried working on this offseason. So.
None of that, the physicality you play with. Is that something, you know, that you learned at a young age growing up with, you know, you talk about growing up with brothers, you know, having a brother. I mean, you play through contact and with the physicality that you don't see a lot. Do you think it's just kind of how you were raised, or is it just something you just enjoy?
I guess it's just how I am. Like, I'm stronger than some other people you would see, and that's part of it's just genetics, I think. And I'm used to it. As you said, with Brock and stuff, like, we would play, and I just, like, he doesn't let me, when I was little, he would not let me score at all. It's just, so, you know, I had to get used to that.
Yeah, it was either that or you just quit playing, right?
My question's for Kaylee. So you practice against her every day. Is she, you know, I'm a Hancock County guy, and I've seen you play forever, and how hard she plays. Is she like this in practice
yes,
too?
Definitely. Bruises everywhere.
You're ready to go at it.
Yeah.
Is there times you think of it like, hey, we're teammates?
Yeah. She doesn't.
You know, Kaylee, what are some things that you wanted to, you know, very successful season, you know, when you look at it. But in the grand scheme of things, we know that you guys want to get to that next level. You know, I think it's was it 8 straight years? Been in the regional Final Four or whatever. But looking for that first one, what were some things you wanted to get better at to kind of get you over that final hump and finally take down that regional title?
I definitely want to play more physical. I feel like I shy away from a lot of things.
Just hang out with Caroline for a while.
Yeah. And then, like, becoming more well-rounded and getting out of the paint more and playing out and being able to handle the ball at least a little bit, help out guards or something, you know, just stuff like that.
Talk about the relationship, either one of you, that what you have with the coaching staff, whether it be Coach Richelo, Coach Mormon. I mean, what he's built there. We were coming back from Western Kentucky last night, and so they were like, when did Breck County become this hotbed of girls basketball all of a sudden? But the job he's done there has been absolutely amazing. Just talk about what it's like playing for him and what you've learned from him, and not also on the basketball floor, but off the basketball court.
Yeah, he's taught us a lot. I mean, he puts a lot of, like all the coaches, put a lot of time into practices and game plans and all that stuff. He's always there for you if you need him on the court or off the court. It's a very strong relationship. It's like a family.
You can answer the same question. What's he meant to you, coming through and so far?
I would say, everybody is just like really good friends. Like he's not just a coach that you see him at practice. It's Breck County, so you see him everywhere. Mm-hmm. Everybody knows everybody. So I would say, it's really very important to me to have a coach that I'm friends with too, that I enjoy being around my coaching staff. I like them as a person, and they put a lot of time into this. We come into practice, they have a practice plan written out on a piece of paper, so we know exactly what we're going to do. We have other things that they just put so much time into it, and that really just means a lot that they actually care about how we're going to do.
I've got to ask, are we almost through the last of the Grimes, or is there another one? Because there seems like there's a Grimes point guard in Breck County for the last 40 years. Is there one more behind this one that's coming up?
There's boys.
Oh,
so there's younger
okay.
boys.
Right. There's boys.
There's 2 younger boys, so they're, yeah.
It's been a point guard at Grimes, Grimes at Breck. Yeah. But, you talk about Breck County being a small community. They've embraced, girls basketball as well as any community in our region. What's that mean to you guys, coming up and playing through it?
Okay. Well, that's what we feel like. Anywhere we go, we've got support. And this year we lost probably one of our biggest supporters, Joe Wright. You could always hear him no matter what gym, summer, if it could be on the other side of the state playing, and you'd hear "Let's go Lady Tigers." That was Joe cheering for him, and I think they kind of feel that, I guess, too, with Elizabeth. But just we've got support throughout the school, the community. But it's like these girls today who did the Reading with a Tiger program, I think. So they go to elementary school. So the young kids look up to it, and so they see in practice and at games, positive role models, which, are great for our community.
Is it Rupp Arena or bust this year, Carolina? Is that kind of the goal set now that we've gotten to the regional tournament, we've gotten that Final Four? Both you, Carolina, and Kaylee, is it Rupp Arena or bust this year?
Yes. I'm not going to be very happy with anything other than that, to be honest with you.
Thank you so much, ladies. Coach, thank you so much. Make sure you enjoy everything, but thanks for coming down and spending a little time with us.
All right, appreciate it. Thank you. Coach Roberts, Jordan Payne, Camden Lucas, Hancock County. Coach, thanks for joining us. Coming back to Hancock County as the head coach, and first year back,
they lost a lot of seniors last year. As you go into this season, early going, how's the new, how's this team coming together?
Well, like you said, we lost pretty much the whole starting lineup, and then 6-man, as well. They played kind of not as many off the bench. So the guys coming back, we have limited experience, but we are eager to get on the court and get after it. We played a pretty strong summer schedule, went to camp, got better, and played a lot of games, and that was the goal, to put in a lot of time to try to make up for some of that experience. So working hard and putting in the time right now.
The growth you saw from the first part of the summer schedule into going to the end of the schedule, into camp, have you seen good growth from the team that you've been pleased with so far?
Yeah, absolutely. So for us, it's establishing a high order of excellence and standards in place, and then from there, we've seen the younger guys grow. Because in summertime, some of the guys like Jordan, for example, he was working and he wasn't always there. So then and it's next man up. So we got experience that way, and really establishing what the master plan of what I want to put in place and what we did before, and that's kind of what we're trying to do right now.
And you look at it, you bring two guys with you here, Camden and Jordan. We know, seniors, both of them, I believe. But also, what is it about them that you wanted to bring them here so that the region and the community can meet them? I mean, what about these two young men?
First off, these guys are what, when we think Hancock County and just any sport, they represent Hancock County at the highest standards. Both seniors, they really haven't got to play. And so this year it's going to be an opportunity for them to, get on the court and show what they can do. Cam on the side here, he's our defensive guy. He gets up into people, and I told him from the get-go, I'm like, that's your role, dude. And he's really taken that on. And then Jordan over here, he's got some outside shooting ability from the three, but he's also explosive. He jumps well, and so we're working on, strength and conditioning and all that and getting these guys ready. But they're leaders, and they've been really good leaders so far in everything that we've done.
Coach, I know Jordan and Camden, I didn't get to see you all play any varsity last year, but I made certain I got to your all's JV games because I enjoyed watching how hard you all played and your teammates played. And that same mindset right there will do you all a lot of good going forward. What has Coach Roberts instilled, either one of you all, what has Coach Roberts instilled in you all as far as toughness and still playing hard?
Yeah, so there's been a lot of times throughout this summer where we could have had the opportunity to just lay down or kind of give up, but part of him coming with the program and kind of changing the culture and the way we play is realizing that there's never a point where it's okay to just give up, and there's always kind of an end goal or an accomplishment that even if we don't win, we can still take something from it. So I think that's something that we've worked to do all summer, and we're still doing through conditioning and our intensity and levels in practice.
Okay, now first of all, congratulations on being accepted by Louisville. I saw that on social media. Congratulations on that. Steve will be happy. He'll go up there and join. It'll be the Dirty Birds, but that's okay. Us Kentucky fans, we'll look past that. Right. But coming from a guy that's been playing at Hancock County and with limited minutes, and you just keep going and keep progressing. How hard is that? And for little kids listening out there, that it would have been real easy last year or the year before to be like, well, my minutes aren't there. I'm going to go do something else. Talk about that just keep that grinding process going, that when you get your time, you're ready for it.
Yeah, so for me as an underclassman throughout these last 3 years, it's been less about playing time or less about getting on the floor as much as it's just an experience of being with the guys and being a part of a team and building those friendships and relationships on and off the court. And, I mean, I've been with Jordan since we were kids, and we've stuck with it through the hard times as long as we could. And if there's anything I could say, it's that the adversity and making it through those tough times is what we look to and what we take out of not always playing like we should or could.
As you saw those guys graduate last year, you get into the all season, you kind of knew your time was coming. What's some things you wanted to get better at so that when you get that opportunity, you're the best prepared that you can be?
Yeah, so when those guys left, I just kind of took a step back and said, okay, so who's going to fill what spots? What are we missing now? What needs to be brought to the table? And like Josh talked on, defense was kind of a big role, and that's who we as a team went to establish as an identity for us. So I knew that I'm already good at that. I'm going to step up and I'm going to fill that role. And then in addition to that, we don't have the shooters that we had last year between Devin and Caleb. And so we just wanted to bring everyone to the table, bigs, guards, everyone needs to be able to shoot, and we want to fill that role on an offensive standpoint.
For you, Jordan, I'm going to ask you a question, and as a coach and watching, I think one of the things that gets less taught at the high school level, not just here, but I think throughout the country, is what you see it at the college level, of being a good teammate. That there are times when you're not getting the minutes you want, but being a good teammate is important. And talk about that as you were coming up, and I know Cannon talked about it, that you had guys had a lot of seniors that were getting a lot of minutes. But it's also important to you to be that good teammate where we're cheering them on and not hoping somebody fails.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, it's just about if you win or not. I mean, yeah, you like to do good, but it's not really about your personal achievements, and that's what we're big on. Like one game, somebody will score 20. The next game, they might have 10 assists. So it's just all about winning at the end of the day. And what was something that, going forward in the offseason, that you were looking at to get better at, and what you see your role as being on this basketball team? My shooting's definitely gotten a lot better, so I think it's going to be a big role. And then driving in will be like pretty big, since I don't really play with my back to the basket. I'm more of a wing player. You know, go ahead.
I was just going to say, so you're a big baseball guy. You know, you had a big summer baseball-wise on the mound. How did you find time to work on your basketball game?
Well, I mean, I would only have baseball on the weekends, so during the weekdays, I'd go to all the open gyms and all the games, and then sometimes I had work, so I mean, I just had to find ways around that.
Go ahead, see.
I don't see a lot of Coach Roberts' classes online. He leads classes with a lightsaber, and he's invading other classrooms. I mean, does he bring that fun factor into practice for you guys?
Yeah, practice is definitely fun. I mean, we're serious and all, but we also joke around a lot. So, I mean, it's pretty fun. Like, it's not super serious all the time.
You know, this is a district, you know, that for the most part could be wide open. I mean, I know you guys are, you know, inexperienced, but it's not like, you know, it's a Butler County or a Howell County, somebody that's heavily favored in the region. It's a district that's wide open. Do you see yourself that you guys can go and compete in this district very well?
Yeah, we're kind of under the radar right now, but I think we'll surprise a lot of people. I mean, we're going to be pretty good this year.
Do you like that role being under the radar?
Yeah, there's not really much pressure, so, I mean, we have nothing to lose, so that's the hardest person to beat.
Ken, I've got to ask you, we'll ask you before we let y'all get out of here and talk back to Coach Roberts. You know, you got a new coach this year. Have you seen kind of the difference? And not that one's better or worse. It's going to be different. But do you think that the team you have this year, that his style fits a little bit better than maybe what was there in the past?
Yeah, and having a new coach has kind of given us all the opportunity to step up the plate like I talked about earlier. And realizing
and a fresh start, like new eyes.
Right, exactly.
It's easy for coaches that they get this vision in your head that he can't do this, and sometimes I've been there that we have perceived notions, but it gives everybody a fresh start, right?
Yeah, one of the best things about having a new coach is there's no one that has a set place, or there's no one that is guaranteed a starting spot, and that's what keeps our practices and the way we compete with each other so intense, is that no one is promised anything. And we recognize that even as seniors, we have to fight and earn what we have on and off the court. And that just keeps everyone from freshmen, sophomores, juniors, we all stay involved and we all go full speed the whole time.
You know, Coach, I'll ask you the same thing. I mean, it's a district. I mean, I guess if you were to do district ratings, you'd be somewhere down there at third. But this is a district, I think, that's kind of wide open. I mean, can you see this team surprising everybody and competing right there in the district?
I think for us, it's, you know, a lot of people talk about rebuilding. We're not rebuilding. We're building. We're starting from the foundation. So, you know, sky's the limit. You know, you just don't know. I mean, we're going to go in and we're going to give full effort. When people come to the game, they're going to want to come back to see us. I'll just say that. I mean, like, they're going to give full effort. Going to be out there on the court busting their butt. And it's going to be, you know, one of those things where they really focus on just the team. You know, we're going to obviously have players that stand out, but it's a sacrifice and it's all about the team. And, you know, we'll just see what happens.
Thank you so much, guys.
Appreciate it.
Coach Morris, we'll start with you, Muhlenberg County. Yeah, maybe that way it goes out on the live stream. It's on. Gotcha. Looking to the season going forward, tough district. We talked about, McLean and Muhlenberg and Ohio. It's one of the better rivalries in the district. What are you looking for in the season this year?
Just from my standpoint, just seeing my team grow and develop as individuals, but also as a team. I don't worry so much about what's going on in the rest of the district or the region. I'm concerned about what our guys are doing. And I was talking to some other coaches about what's going on in practice. I'm really pleased with what my guys are doing in practice, and they're working hard, and I think we're going to be ready for challenges. Not so much in November and December, but we're looking forward to February and March, and that's what we're always trying to be our best for.
When you saw that last year, you guys played a tough early season schedule with not a lot of returning starters. Struggled out of the gate, but then come district time, get the win and get to the regional tournament. And that's what you're talking about, playing your best right then and there.
Yeah, for sure. That's always our goal. I'm always trying to stress to the guys, we're not going to be our best in November, not going to be our best in December. And last year we had a lot of adversity on top of not being our best. We had with guys injured. We had just a lot of things going on that weren't really in our control. So we were focused on, taking care of our business, doing things that we had control over, and then just getting better each day. And I think it showed late in the year.
Talk about why you brought these two guys with you. Maybe not always on the basketball floor, but what are some of the reasons that these are the two guys you brought to media day with you?
Leadership, number one. These guys are bringing it in practice. They're showing up every day, and they're doing little things that I'm stressing to my freshmen and my sophomores, guys that I want to see, doing these things. And who do I have that's doing that now? It's these two guys. And, there are definitely some other guys who are doing that as well. But these two guys, they've been through the gauntlet. They were big for us last year, and they're doing a lot this year just, to make our team even better.
As you're starting your second season there as the head coach, after, it was a great run, back-to-back regional titles, you come in after the big graduation. Are you seeing the culture that you want to build, and are you seeing that progress into the second season?
Yeah, sure. And it's not so much kind of a new culture with Coach Eads. He and I are a lot alike. We played through the same system in high school with Coach Sparks there at North, and so we are pretty like-minded. So it wasn't a lot of a culture change. It's just some little things that I do differently that these guys had to adjust to. But I think they understand what I expect, and we've grown a lot from where we were last November to now. I'm definitely seeing a lot of change. So
Maddox, I've got to ask you. For a few years, I kept hearing hey, this name is coming into Muhlenberg County. Jernigan, and you get your shot last year and have a great season. What are some things you were looking to get better at coming into this year?
Coming into this year, definitely my shooting. I wanted to be a knockdown shooter anywhere on the court. I wanted to be that threat. I like getting downhill. That's my main go-to. But I felt like I could open up my game if I could step out and knock that shot down.
I saw you on the baseball field. Is basketball the first love, though?
Basketball is the first love, yes.
And not even close?
Not even close, no.
Talk about, a big loss in graduation of Caden Ray.
Yep.
I mean, he such an impressive young man and a leader. Is this something you're looking to step into those roles, you two, having to kind of replace that loss, not of the points and the rebounds, but just that leadership that Caden provided?
Yeah, Caden, he's one of the, greatest teammates you could ask for. Honestly, he's, it doesn't get better than Caden Ray. And me and Maddox, we're looking to do just that and be there for, all of our teammates, be that leader and just step up and show out for them, really.
Maddox, I've got to ask you, playing at Muhlenberg County, that's something that is special. That's a town that eats, sleeps, drinks, basketball. What's it mean to you to put on the Mustang jersey?
It means everything.
For our teammates, be that leader and just step up and show out. For them, really.
A whole lot to even do half the things he did.
Playing at Muhlenberg
I just want to represent
that's
our
something that is special.
county and
be
the best we
town
can
that
be.
eats, sleeps, drinks, basketball. What's it mean to you to put on the Mustang jersey?
It means everything.
For our teammates, be that leader and just step up and show out. For them, really.
A whole lot to even do half the things. As you said, that was his big loss.
Caden, you know, he's like Maddox said, he's the best teammate you could ask for, and he's really. I looked up to him a lot, and I want to be like him a lot as a teammate and as a player. And I just want to be able to step in and fill his shoes on the court. But Canyon, you know, that's a tough loss too. But we've got some younger guys that are going to step up, and I think we can take care of business.
What was something you were looking to get your game better at this offseason that you felt like for you to get to where you want to be as a player, you had to improve on?
I've been in the weight room a lot. I've been trying to gain some weight and get stronger and be better around the goal and step up and rebound for my team because they'll need me for sure. But, you know, just be a better teammate and leader and be that guy that those younger guys can look up to like I looked up to Caden.
For either one of you, for Maddox or for Jernigan or for Brandon, I got to ask you.
Can't say Maddox.
Yeah, but they're both same names.
Yeah, we have that problem a lot.
You guys down in Mueller got to give different names down there now. Just though that rivalry with Ohio County and McLean County, it's just something different that maybe here in the 9th District, I know we talk about being in the 9th District, but that's just something a little special, isn't it?
Yeah, it feels good.
I mean, there's no love loss, is there?
No. It feels good playing those guys. And, you know, we had our troubles in the regular season last year, but definitely at the end of the season last year, that was a good feeling, those 2 nights, beating those guys.
One for Coach here. Who are some guys that maybe around the region that we haven't heard about or the names haven't got out, younger guys that you think helps make this basketball team better? We know about these two.
Well, I don't want to give away all the secrets. No, we've got we got a really good freshman group coming in. There's some guys that we've got some guys that played football and they're kind of getting into our system now. But we've got a really good group of freshmen. And then we've got some sophomores who, last year as freshmen, I think they were probably the best freshman team around. We're doing some damage, until we had some adversity late in the year. But, some guys on that team, Cason Morris is a guy that comes to mind as somebody who steps up. We were talking about him on the way over here. He's just a guy who's relentless. He's always moving. He's always active. And he's somebody who's going to be a big piece of the puzzle for us later on. Another guy, probably that who was a freshman last season is Jaden Edwards, who's been playing a lot for us, and he plays real similar to Cason in the fact that he's like a bulldog. He's always coming at you. He's always moving. He's always active. And as a coach, I love that. I love guys that will just do whatever you ask of them. So those are two guys that I think can make an impact this season.
Johnny, got Maddox. Johnny, got one last question, and we'll let you guys get out of here. Talk about the relationship that playing basketball and the relationships you build on that with your teammates down there, and how special it is down there with Brandon here.
We've all grown.
So they grow up together.
Together. I mean, we've all been playing with each other since junior pro. So we've all stuck around each other. We've all been there for each other. Highs and lows, we've been there. It's really special to share that with your teammates. You grow closer, and then that's where you build chemistry. And so it helps a lot.
One last question. Again, this is a tough one.
All right.
Comes out there, I say, okay, who is it harder for you to check? Who's the guy that gives you the most problems to play defense against in the entire region? Is there anybody? Or can you guard everybody?
There's a couple. Ty, that's one, and then let's see, Decker. Decker's tough.
Okay.
There's a couple. There's a few.
Guys,
I'm not a bad defender.
There's a few.
Coaches always think you're a bad defender.
Oh yeah, always.
Yeah. Thanks, guys.
Thank you
so much for
Thank
coming.
you.
LaGrange, Breck County. Coach, thanks for joining us. First question we'll ask, how's the off-season gone and the early season of practice gone so far for you guys?
The off-season was – the off-season, we didn't do, honestly, a lot this summer. We had a lot of didn't have a lot of turnout. We had a lot being kids, honestly, and didn't force them. I know some people probably played 20, 30 games this summer. We really didn't play any. We worked. But so we're a little bit behind. That makes me a little nervous. Feel like everybody had a little bit of a jump. But once we got back to school and really got going, this group has been great. The turnout's been great. They've worked really hard. So I'm pleased and excited about the upcoming season.
You know, that's a district up there. That district, kind of a wide open district. It's that anybody can. I'd be surprised if anybody won that district. It's wide open. How do you like your matchup in that district so far?
It's early, so it's hard to tell now. But I know, and I don't know a lot about the other teams because they're new. I know I like my team. I know I really like my group I got. They're a close-knit group. They've worked really hard. They've took ownership of things and try to tell them my job as a coach that they're kind of player-led leadership. And my job is just not to get in their way and screw things up. So, and they've done a really good job of that so far. So I'm excited.
We talked to a few coaches looking at the new foul rule, free throw rule. Do you think that's going to be a big change in the high school basketball?
Yes and no. Like at the end of the day, we talk about it all the time. We need to make our free throws because you hope you're going to shoot more free throws. And then hopefully we're disciplined and don't commit silly fouls because the silly fouls will add up. And I think it will be a big difference knowing you're going for 2 every time than the bonus. I think games there'll be a lot of games decided by that rule. So I think it will be a change, and I think whoever adjusts quickest will definitely help them early in the year. And then hopefully by the end of the year, everybody will.
Coach, you lost the big kid inside the bar. Was that going to change your all's philosophy on offense and defense?
Definitely. We look at. I know a lot of coaches will go with, I'm dead set on this. This is what I'm going to do. We're going to do it year in, year out. But with high school kids, it's year in, year. We're not recruiting kids to fit our system. Some people might, but we're not. So we looked at the end of the year, we looked at who we have and what suits this team the best. So we're going to look a lot different, honestly. Hunter was a great player for us, but we're excited about what we have and the changes now. With that said, with making changes and not having a lot of time in the summer, we're going to be behind. And I understand that it's patient, and we're trying to get there, let everything click by January, February. I've told the kids as long as they will compete hard early on, we're going to have some struggles, but if they'll compete, we'll learn how to win just competing, and by the end, I think things will be clicking for us.
Before we get to the players, I got to ask, because I know it's a huge thing on social media, the arguments you see about shot clock and the state of Kentucky not being a shot clock, and I'm always fascinated what coaches think. Do you think high school basketball in the state of Kentucky would be better served of having some sort of shot clock, whether it be 30, 35, 40, 45? Do you think it would better serve the kids in the game of basketball in the state?
I do. And honestly, that's changed over the years. Probably you would have asked me that 5-7 years ago. I would have said no. I like it how it is. But now I think because it should mirror college basketball and NBA, the higher levels. I understand the complexity of it, though, as far as finding people to work it, run it, how that changes things. But if it was a perfect world and it was easy, I'm in favor of the shot clock.
We'll start with Mr. Rogers first. And what was something that you were looking to in the offseason improve your game on, or something that you want to be better at this year than you were last year?
I was just trying to get better physically, to be honest. I was trying to get bigger, get more speed, mobility, things like that. I trained a lot this offseason with Greg Cowan. I feel like my game's gotten better all around, to be honest.
And looking at, where you think this team can be, like you talked about, it was, not as much done in the offseason or, playing games. But is this something that you think that this team can get to where you want it to go? It's kind of the goals you set for it?
Yeah, I think we're kind of like a family. We get a lot of things done at practice. I feel like we've gotten better with the short time we've been there. But the people that did show up during the summer, I feel like we got better just being there, to be honest.
I'll give you the toughest question I can ask anybody about their teammate. So if you've got a big test on Friday, what teammate do you want helping you get ready for that test?
Probably Brady, to be honest. I mean, he just competes hard.
Okay, all right.
He's just ready to play all the time.
And tell me about your relationship you have with Coach LaGrange and what he's meant to you as far as coming up through and what he means to you.
Yeah, he's a big mentor. I'm trying to play at the next level, so with him having me there, he's got multiple guys to the next level as well, and that's just where I'm trying to be. So he's kind of been like a big bro or something like that and just trying to get me to where I want to be.
Tell me a teammate on your team here that maybe the average common fan of the 3rd Region basketball doesn't know, but when the season's over with, they'll know his name.
I think I got 2, to be honest. Lance Poole, he played a little bit last year towards the end in districts. He's pretty solid. And then a guy that I compete with a lot at practice is named Braxton Tall. I think he's going to be pretty solid for us as well.
Okay. Brandon, I'm going to ask you a question here. And you're looking at where the team finished last year, the regional tournament. Where do you think – how good can this team be in your opinion?
I think we can be good as we want to be. It just depends on – as long as everybody's on the same page and everybody's got the same mindset, I think that we can go toe-to-toe with any team in the region or district and give them a run for their money.
What was something you wanted to get better at this offseason?
Definitely shooting, just have more confidence in my shot, and just being able to, whenever I'm open, help the team out more than just shooting layups.
Coach about. We talked about it before. But, a lot of the times all of our interviewing, and rightfully so, was about the X and O's of the game and players. But something you were sharing with us before we came on the air was about your players going to read to elementary students. Tell us about that.
Yeah, we have a reading with the Tigers. So we take the varsity girls and boys basketball team, and this year we've included the cheerleaders, and we go to the elementary schools. And pretty much almost, I think we've hit about every class in the elementary schools we've been to so far. And the kids get a read to the little ones. I know last year we started that right before, towards the end of the season. And the little kids, the little buddies were sending their big buddies. Come district tournament, region tournament, we were getting these cards and notes wishing us luck. And it was awesome last year, so we've done that again this year. All the kids get a bracelet and get in the games free if they wear their bracelet. And again, it's cool for them to see Mercer Rogers and Braden Carmen at a game and not just see him as a basketball player. But that's my buddy. I actually got to talk to him. He read to me, and hopefully gets them interested a little bit in following these guys in basketball. Maybe at a young age, get some. I want to play basketball. I had a basketball player come read to me. I'm going to go out and shoot hoops this afternoon, and get them interested. And it's been great for our big kids, too, mentoring those little ones.
Braden, Mercer, for both of you, we asked Coach about what he thought. Do you think high school basketball should have a shot clock? Is that something you'd like to see in the high school game? Because I know in AAU ball, when you guys go play, there's a lot of tournaments you play in that does have a shot clock.
Yeah. I think we should have one. I feel like the game runs smoother with one, especially with teams. I mean, there's multiple teams in the region that like to play slow offense or like to hold the ball, especially in late game. And I feel like, it's already preparing you for the next level anyways if that's where you want to get. But I just feel like, I'd like one.
How about you, Braden? Do you think there should be one in high school basketball?
Yeah, I got to agree with what Mercer said. 100% that there should be one in high school basketball. There's too many teams that just late game, up 3-4 points, something like that, and they're just going to stand there and pass the ball back and forth or just hold the ball the whole entire game. And it just makes it – almost takes the fun out of the game whenever they do that.
Thank you so much, guys. Thank you for coming down. Thank you so much. Good luck. Before we get started with Coach Tinsley, one, we have to thank our sponsors, Southwire, Greenville Chisholm, and then also our food sponsors, Texas Roadhouse, Cam Cooks for You, Dunkin' Donuts. Without all those great sponsors, we couldn't do this. So thank you very much, all of our sponsors. And with that, we'll start here with Coach Tinsley. You know, new coach, first year there this year. How has the process been so far of getting your feet in there and getting going?
It's been fun. We got a lot of hard guys that are working really hard for us. You know, we got a new bunch of guys. We have one starter back, but I'm really confident in the other 5 or 6. It's been a lot of fun competitions and practice, and we're excited about getting started.
You know, looking at it, you talk about having the one starter back, so you kind of get to start new and fresh and building the culture that you want to build. You know, is the team working the way you want it to work? How's practice gone for the most part so far?
You can ask these guys here in a little bit. We've been really working hard, been really physical practices. You know, if we ever want to be one of the most physical teams in the region, we got to start in practice and every single day. So we're excited about the challenge ahead of us.
You know, you got the new coach at Apollo. You know, do you guys do you get on the phone with each other and share information back and forth as the season goes on?
Yeah, we do. It's fun. We always talk about if we ever play each other, being the regional tournament, because we want to help each other during the season. But you know, I'm glad Ryan's going to do big things at Apollo, and it's going to be fun. You never know. Maybe there'll be a regional tournament game here down the road.
Do you set up a game in the future where you play in the regular season and have like the
No,
Tinsley Bowl?
we're not going to have the Tinsley Bowl. Can't do it.
You're not going to do that?
Not going to do that. We're going to help each other out, but if we ever play each other in a tournament, it is what it is.
So, I mean, basically, as soon as you come out of the womb, you've been raised to be a basketball coach. It's been your whole life. I've known your dad for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
Now that you're a head coach, what does that feel for you?
It's exciting. I mean, I love these guys. Like, one thing about it for me, I love teaching every day. I just love kids. And I seen Dad, like, not just coaching, it's just PE every day, getting to have that type of connection with the kids. So I'm excited about, you know, for us, not just, you know, the regular season. I'm just like day by day. I mean, I love going to practice. And these guys do too, and it's going to be a fun season.
Will, I want to ask you something that, you know, we've not all the kids that come here, as you get into the off season, there's always things you want to work on. Where do you feel like that from last year to this year, you've gotten better? What was it that you really wanted to improve in your game coming into this year?
I mean, coming from last year, my main thing was shooting threes. Like, that's mainly what I did. I've tried to work on finishing around the basket, like my pull-up game in a little bit. I've just tried to, like, make my game more well-rounded, I would say, from last year. Because I was kind of, I don't know, I just did mainly one thing last year, so mainly just being well-rounded.
And talk about your new coach here. I mean, it's, you know, it's always, you know, when I played, it's always something new, and you gotta learn new things. But for the start here, how's it been playing for Coach Tinsley?
It's been interesting. I like it. I like it.
Yeah, he's not listening. Don't worry. It's whatever you want.
It's been fun so far. Practices are physical and competitive. It's been fun. We're getting better every day. So, I mean, as long as we're getting better, I'm having a good time. So.
You know, and he talked about just one returning starter and kind of a new group coming in. How has the chemistry with the team been so far?
It's been good. I mean, I've played with these guys since middle school. So, I mean, we really all do play well together. I mean, I think that we're just going to get better and better as the season goes on. Just getting more experience, so.
And for Layla to ask you, you know, as Will talked about, he wanted to get stronger, maybe go to the hoop a little more. You know, what you want in your game when you look at the end of this year? What got better that you really worked on?
Oh, I really worked on shooting a lot. Me and Will got in the gym almost close to every day this summer, just getting on the gun, shooting threes, holding our follow-throughs, stuff like that. Hit the weight room really, really, really hard this summer. Gained probably like 20 pounds. I mean, that's, yeah.
You know, one thing that fascinates me, I know sometimes people in the third region, it gets very Owensboro-centric. People think about the four city schools and, in Muhlenberg. And for us up here in Owensboro, sometimes, Edmonson County seems like a whole different, state down there. Talk about the community down there and what it means to you and how they embrace sports down there.
Oh, the community's awesome. I mean, there's not a whole lot to do in Edmonson County, so whenever there's a basketball game, I mean, the whole community comes together really well, shows out to every single game, no matter who we're playing.
And your teammates, like Will talked about, you guys grow up together, playing together. How's that brotherhood on that team?
Oh, it's awesome for sure. I mean, we've grew up together. It's not just we don't go to practice every day together. We hang out at each other's houses. I mean, hang out all the time, go to eat, do stuff together as a team all the time.
Who's the best gamer on the team? If you're going to play Fortnite.
Best gamer? Oh.
Yeah, if you're going to play Fortnite, or you're going to play like Call of Duty, be honest, who is the best gamer on the team?
Will, who do you it really depends on the game.
Right, give me a Fortnite. Who's the Fortnite champion?
Fortnite? Who do you think about Fortnite? Probably Braden Wright. He plays quite a bit.
There you go. That's what you got to worry about nowadays. Coach, we've asked a lot of coaches this. Looking at the new rules in high school basketball with the new foul rules, 5 1/4, you shoot 2. Do you see this being something that's going to change the game a lot, and especially in-game situations?
I think it changes a lot of situations. I don't think it'll be quite as much hack-a-shack. You get the 7 fouls, you fouled, you're winning the bonus. I think it'll be a real advantage for guys who can really shoot free throws, or teams that shoot free throws. So hopefully that'll be an advantage for us.
One thing I want to ask, especially all the coaches, because I think it's going this direction. You see on social media all the time about the shot clock in high school basketball. Would that be something that you're in favor of? Whether it be, maybe it's a 45 instead of a 30 or something like that, but would you like to see maybe, in your opinion, if you could be the president of KHSA, would you want a shot clock in basketball?
I don't, and this is why I think high school kids need to worry about shooting good shots, even if that's a minute or if that's 10 or 15 seconds. We want to see good basketball. I think it'll get a little sloppy if it went to 45, 30 seconds. That's just my opinion. And, you see around the state, it's hard to get, even officials to every game, even less getting another shot keeper there. So that's just how I look at it. I think it'd be a little bit of sloppy play.
For the two guys here, before we get to the girls, I've got to ask you, because for us up here, the rivalries that happen down there, Edmonson and Grayson, that's a little tough. We see it in football with the tobacco stick, and then also Butler and Trinity. For us up here in Owensboro, we don't always understand what those rivalries are quite like. What's it mean to you, Will, when you go and you play a Grayson County or you play a Butler County? How is those rivalries down there?
I mean, the districts, none of the schools are really huge, so everybody pretty much, everybody knows everybody. So it gets pretty personal sometimes. But, I mean, it's always fun. Everybody from Butler or Grayson's always at the game, so it's pretty loud in there. It gets wild. It's fun.
Coach, has the old-timers down there that follow Edmonson County basketball, have they already let you know that you can't lose to Grayson?
What's that? Say
Have
it one
they
time.
already let you know that you're not allowed to lose to Grayson County?
This is how I look at it. We, in our district play, we want to beat everybody. We don't want to just beat one team in particular. Everybody's in our district. We want to try to do our best each and every single game. It's very competitive.
We'll start with Coach Booth down here. And Coach, it's you coming back. What are some goals here on this season that you're looking for here in the year that it's coming up?
Well, the goals that we have for our Lady Cat basketball program is, of course, we're kind of like the boys, really. We lost a lot of experience, and we're returning Carrie in here as a starter. And then I've got Kennedy, played a major role last year on the team, and another junior, Jenna Cook. She's not with us today, but everybody else, they haven't really had the experience. And so we're young. We're going to use the beginning of the season to get that experience, that varsity experience, the feel of a game, of a varsity game. And then I've got Kennedy.
Really
played a major role last year on the team, and another
game
junior, Jenna Cooks.
better and better as the season goes on. I have a really good feeling on that.
You talk about Carrie Ann, for maybe the common basketball player last year. Maybe we didn't know her, but she made a name for herself at the regional tournament where she dominated there in the post. Talk about her a little bit.
Well, that's one of the good things about when a job comes open, you've got a player like Carrie Ann that has a skill set but also has a positive attitude and just a good work ethic. It made taking the job a whole lot easier. And Carrie Ann's worked really hard this summer. She's definitely improved her game. She's gotten in the weight room. She's improved her strength. And she's not really that dominant post player. She's an outside-inside player now. And I'm just excited for everybody to be able to see how much she's worked. And she won't be the only name that people are going to know. Like I say, I've got Kennedy here beside me and then Jenna, and there's a few others that have practiced really hard. And a lot of people are going to be aware of who's playing for our Lady Cats.
How's the young practice session going? You've only been practicing a little bit. How do you like the way the team's progressing so far?
I really am excited. I love how practices went. I didn't get the summer with them. I took over late and got the job in July, and we talk about it a lot, our assistant coaches and then with the players. From July until now, it's crazy how much we've improved. And we take it day by day, and our goal is just to stay positive. I really am excited. I love how practices went. As long as we can do those two things, I didn't get the summer with them. I took over late and got the job in July, and we talk about it a lot, our assistant coaches and then with the players.
For somebody with the accolades that he got at Edmonson County?
I have a lot of respect for Coach Weaver. There is a little pressure there. I remember Coach Weaver actually came in on the boys' side when I was a senior, and I got to know Coach Weaver then. When I was going through college, got to coach with him, always kept up with him, and any time that I could would text or call him, and he's been very supportive. When he stepped down this summer, he was the first person that I called, and we had about an hour and a half long conversation just about the program, the girls, just everything, every piece of just advice and help that he could give me, and he's been that ever since. And he'll text or call every now and then, see how the girls are doing. And he always leaves it with, "You better take care of my girls." And that's Coach Weaver. He loves these girls, and that's just the man that he is.
Your brother's got some head coaching experience as well. Do you go to him or rely on him a lot for a lot of things?
I do. My brother has had a coaching career, and then he decided to get in the admin role, and he's been very successful at that. But if there's something going on in a practice that I feel like we need to work on, or whenever the games are coming up, he'll be somebody that I'll call, and we'll have a good conversation. And then my dad, he actually has the coaching experience, and he's on our staff as a volunteer assistant, and that's always nice too. But I feel like our coaching staff, just in general, we've got a really good staff, really solid, that can break things down, scout-wise, player-wise, what we need to develop in, and to get better. And so I'm just excited for all of it.
Carrie Ann, I'll start with you. Like I said, a huge regional tournament last year, had the big game in the regional tournament. As you got into the off season and you wanted to improve your game to get ready for next year, what was some things that you worked on?
Well, in the region game, my biggest thing was the post. Of course, that's what I did the most. That's where I scored from. So I wanted to really expand where I scored from and my ball handling. I wanted to work outside, not just inside. I wanted to work outside and handle the ball more.
How's the transition been to the new coaching staff? You played last year, and now you got the new coaching staff that comes in. It comes in late. But for you and the players, how's that transition been so far?
It's great. We miss Weaver, but it's been pretty easy to take Maddie and Coach Booth and everybody in because we've been around them before. It's not too new.
And I've always asked this. I love asking this to questions. If you had a big test on Friday, what teammate would you want helping you study for?
I'll just study alone. I don't want to help
I like
me.
that. All right, there you go. And a question here for Kennedy. A new season comes in, things that you wanted to get better at for this year, and also how's the new coaching staff for you?
Some things that I wanted to really focus on was getting a little bit more in control of everything and working on my ball handling and my shooting, because last year I didn't really score like much inside. I was really a 3-point shooter mostly. And the coaching, I love Coach Booth. He has helped us a lot. We have got so much better, I think, already. And like Carrie Ann said, we miss Weaver, but it is going great so far with Coach Booth.
You know, and in that district on the girls' side, it's a kind of a wide open district. You know, what goals is it? Get to the regional tournament and then some for your own personal and team goals?
My goal is to win districts and then win maybe a game or two in region.
Okay. And how are that region down there? Because like I said, it's, the Owensboro gets very Owensboro-centric. Those matchups with Grayson County and Butler County and Whitesville, those are intense rivalries, aren't they?
Yeah, they are. Great. I know a lot of girls from Grayson. I love the Grayson County girls, but then like whenever we go play them, it's always just a big rivalry against them.
Who gives you, in that district down there on the girls' side, who gives you the toughest matchup? Who's the one that's tougher for you to match up with? Or is there one?
I can't really think of anyone really.
All right.
Honestly.
So Carrie Ann's going to study by herself. Who are you going to get help study you on your team?
Carrie Ann.
And I'll ask you the same thing, Carrie Ann. What's your toughest matchup down there? When you go in a game, when you know you have to draw this assignment, who is it that gives you the toughest down there?
I don't have like a person that gives me the most trouble. It's mostly just bigger people because I'm smaller. That's what I've been working on, trying to get stronger and stuff. But people that are just bigger, it's hard for me to get around that. But I still try. I still do it.
I'm going to ask you the same thing I asked the guys. The community down there and the way they support their athletes, what's it mean to you?
I love it. I love small town. It's everybody knows everybody, and we love sports. We're very hardcore sport fans. So I love whenever we have games and stuff and everybody comes out and watches us.
Do you have personal goals that you set for this year that you'd like to share with us?
I definitely want to score more, and not just inside. I want to move outside and score more. That way I can be a threat both places. And I definitely want to get a lot more rebounding. I feel like I didn't do that as much as I should last year. I'd have sporadic games, like a bunch of rebounds and then not a lot. I want to be very consistent with my
For either
scoring.
one of you, we always ask the coaches about the new rules. How do you like the new rules in high school basketball with the new foul rules and the no more 1-and-1? On the fifth foul, it's 2 shots. How do the players feel about that?
Well, I just told them that literally 2 days ago, and they hadn't heard about it. So, but I think it'll be fine.
I'll ask you the same thing. In your opinion, should there be a shot clock in high school basketball in the state of Kentucky? Do the players want it?
I don't think so. I agree with Coach Tinsley because players that want to go to college, they're prepared for high speeds and stuff, but smaller and high school games and stuff, they need to get good shots like Tinsley said and work on their game and then go and compete in college more.
I'll ask you, Kennedy, for the people here in Owensboro, like I said, sometimes we get third region basketball, especially here in Owensboro, it gets really Owensboro-centric. What do we need to know about Edmonson County that makes it special?
We're a really hard-working team. We're not really, recognized for much, for really any sports. People really don't think much of us. But then we go out and we show, how good we are. Last year, both boys and girls both won district. No one really probably saw that coming for both of us. We just really have to prove how good we are and just everything else.
Do you feel like as athletes, or this is for any of you before we get you out of here, as athletes, do you feel like that's a chip on your shoulder that the third region maybe overlooks Edmonson County a little bit?
Last year, our boys were ranked, 14th in the region? 14th in the region at the beginning of the season. And, we get used to it at a certain point. It just gives us more motivation to go out there and show everybody that we can play.
Same thing, Coach. Do you think Edmonton gets overlooked a little bit from the region itself?
I think that whole 12th district does a lot. I think there's a lot of good teams in our 12th district. You look at 12th district, there's a team over there, I think it's number one team coming in there in the region. So, we got to play well and try to compete and try to knock somebody off. But I don't think it's just one team. I think there's a lot of good teams in the 12th.
Thanks so much, Coach and players. Thank you for coming. We are being now joined. It's Coach Dockery from Butler County, Ty Price, Lawson Rice. Coach, we'll start off with the easiest question is maybe the front runners of the region, which is maybe a new spot for Butler County. How has the team and the guys handled that so far?
To be honest with you, we really haven't thought about it. We're just coming in every day working. We hear the chatter and we hear what people say, but it really doesn't matter what people say. You have to get to the court and you have to do the work. So that's what we're concentrated on right now is just doing the work.
Before we get to these two guys, because we know about, these guys, unbelievable, first team all region last year, ESPN Owensboro, first team and second team last year. But who are some guys maybe that the region doesn't know that has gotten really better this all season that when the season starts out, people are going to be like, whoa, where'd he come from?
Well, I mean, we have Justin Castle and Trevor DeWeese that were both already in the program last year. And those guys, man, they've really put in a lot of work during the offseason. I've said this several times. A lot of people forget that Trevor DeWeese was our leading three-point shooter last year, 50%.
It had a big summer. I mean, the great thing about social media is you see the work these guys put in the summer. That's a name that sticks out.
Yeah, and he's worked really hard this summer, so we expect him to take a really big jump. Justin, he's just super as far as what he does, and he realizes what he does well, and that's what we're banking on is that he'll do what he does really well. Then we also added, Briar Griffin, who is he's a Butler County boy, and he just kind of came back home. He gives us a defensive edge that we need from last year's team. That was one of the things that we needed to improve on through the summer was our defensive ability and shutting down other teams. So he's going to add a lot there.
We know about these two on the basketball floor, and the numbers they can put up, which is unbelievable. But talk to me a little bit about these two guys off the basketball floor, the type of young men they are, and what they bring to your program outside, what they bring to that school outside of basketball.
Two high-character kids. I can't say enough good things about what they do and how they affect their community. These guys are in Bible study and do things that, to try to help the youth in the community. Really encouraged beyond basketball at what their future holds because they're just great young men.
You had some adversity and some tragedy in the offseason for Butler County. And it was a tough time, and that community really came together. Getting to that and getting through that up to this point. One, how's the young man doing that was involved in that? And two, how did it kind of galvanize this team together?
He's showing up every day right now. He's not able to practice with us, but he comes to practice every day. I remember the first day that he walked in the gym after he was released. It just seemed like it gave us an air of energy and hope. And he's doing really well. He has to go back to be reevaluated at the end of the month, and we'll kind of have a better idea then if we can see him on the court any this year. But it's been a miracle just watching his transformation take place and and we're just super thankful for everything that everybody did to help out and to help that family.
Coach, something that sticks out to me is your schedule that you guys have got this year. You are loaded with statewide matchups, going down to Marshall County for the Hoops Fest, playing in the King of the Bluegrass, which is probably the biggest tournament in the state. What went into putting a schedule like that together, and are your guys prepared for the matchups that they're going to be facing?
Oh, it's going to be interesting. It's going to be a lot of fun. Listen, these experiences are experiences you have to take advantage of. When the invitations come to play in games like this, you don't say no. You say, just tell me when to be there and we'll play. So, I'm really excited that our guys from Butler County, Kentucky, from Morgantown, get the opportunity to experience these things. And we know that the goal is to get better and to use those for the end of the season. But just these experiences alone are things that I'm so thankful for and grateful for.
Ty, I've got to ask you, the recruiting process and what's going on recruiting-wise. Is it enjoyable? Does it get old a little bit of both? How's that, just the whole process and the whole experience of it?
Yeah, the process has been great. I mean, just having schools, be able to call you and recruit you is just, something that I've worked for ever since I was young. So just seeing that the work pay off and me reaping the benefits, it's just been a blessing. And I've enjoyed the process all the way through.
Ty was the ESPN Owensboro Player of the Year last year, but even then, you get into the off season. What did you want to your game to get better? What did you want to improve at to get ready for this year?
My main focus in the off season was my body, just improving my athleticism, my speed off the bounce, and just adding a few pounds of muscle, especially playing better competition this year. It's going to be a long season, so just making sure my body's ready for that and just adding another level of athleticism to my game.
We know the numbers you put up last year. They're some of the best that's been put up in this state of all time. But talk about your teammate here, Lawson, who sometimes gets overlooked.
Yes,
he's a double walking machine.
Yes, sir.
And a player that probably doesn't get the credit he deserves because of the numbers that you put up last year. Talk about a little bit, one, about the relationship you two have and just how good he is.
I mean, me and Lawson have been best friends since second grade, so our relationship off the court hasn't changed since then. But I would just say, on the court, he's a dog. He can go out and get you 25 and 12 if he has to. And I feel like he does get overlooked a lot at times, and he's definitely, a Division I player. And in the future, we might even be playing together. So I know he'll definitely be playing at the next level, and just having another player like that beside me on the court just makes it that much easier.
Personal goals or team goals? Is the goal really to bring Butler County their first third region title? Is that the ultimate goal?
Yes, sir, for sure.
Do y'all think? Do the players talk about that at all?
We talk about it, but we don't. We try not to have it just on our mind every day, because then you're just stuck waiting on that day instead of just getting better every day. So, we definitely talk about it, and that's our goal and aspiration. And we have the confidence that we can achieve that this year. So, just having that in the back of our head every practice and make sure we're getting after it every day so that we can eventually win that this year and make a run at state. Yeah, we definitely discuss that.
Talk about your relationship with your head coach, Coach Dockery. I think he's one of the more underrated coaches in the region. He's done an unbelievable job there at Butler County. Talk about him a little bit and the relationship that you have with him.
Yeah, we have a great relationship. Just especially off the court, just being a role model, being somebody I can look up to, especially his faith in God. It's something that I can look up to and try to model my life after. We just have a good relationship, and I'm thankful he's my coach.
Lawson, I've got to ask you, one is how often in practice in a week does Ty does something that you're just thinking, holy cow, how'd that happen?
Probably about every day. He makes tough shots. He's a shooter. Well, that's one thing about him, though.
In unbelievable year last year you had, but everybody wants to get better and keep improving their game. What were you looking at to improve on for this year and to get better at?
Trying to play out more outside and then make shots difficult, 3-point shots, not really difficult, but just make open shots and then work on my offhand. That's what I've tried. Talking to these coaches and stuff over the summer, that's the skills they said I need to work on.
We talked about the adversity that your team went through during soccer, where you had the accident down there, one of your teammates involved. at a young age here, how did that affect you? And you realize that, all this is kind of fleeting at times, and there are bigger things than basketball. How did you handle that? How did it affect you a little bit?
Made me realize just I should be more appreciative of my life and just waking up every day and then thanking my parents for everything they do for me and just be more appreciative of everything going on in my life.
We talked to Ty, looking for that first ever third. I mean, that's got to be the goal, and you're looking for that. For you guys to get there, as a team, what are some things that you guys have to do better than what you did last year?
I think a big thing is better defense, and with Breyer coming back from Bowling Green, I think that's going to help a lot. He's one of, if not the best defender in third region, I think, and then hopefully we can all communicate better and get better at defense because with us, I think we're going to score the ball plenty, so just get better at defense mainly.
Coach, I've got to ask you, that's a lot of coaches, the new rules with the fouls and the free throw shooting. Do you like it? Do you think it really changes the game a lot? Or do you just, hey, we're just going to play by it?
Well, we're going to play by it. I have mixed feelings. I'm sure there's some times where it's going to work to our benefit, and then there's other times it's going to work against us. But it is what it is. You take the cards that you're dealt, and you just try to use those to win the game. I mean, that's what we're trying to do. So
all three of you, because this is a big fight on social media. We hear about the shot clock in high school. As a coach, would you like to see one in high school? And I also want the same answer for the two players. You guys in a lot of AU games play with the shot clock. Would you guys like to see it? I mean, it's not going to happen this year, but is that something you think that makes high school basketball in Kentucky better if we have one?
Personally, I've always felt like I thought it would add to the game. And I know that the debate is there, and you can choose whatever that you believe. But I do think that it would. When you look at the next level, right? So the idea is the next level. We're trying to get these kids prepared for that. And I think adding a shot clock and I think, keeping it as close to what the college level has would be more beneficial. Pace of play and those things are things that they have to be prepared for if they're going to make it to that level. So, yeah, I would be all for it myself, but I'll let them answer.
How about you, Ty and Lawson? Would you like to see one in high school basketball?
Yeah, I'd love to have a shot clock in high school basketball.
I didn't want that answer.
Yeah, I mean, in AAU, I feel like it doesn't come into play as much. The game's up and down, but especially like if you get down 20, you still have enough possessions to come back and win. So it really, like, as far as schemes and certain things that certain teams do against us, it would help us, I feel like, a lot.
How about you, Lawson? Would you like to see one?
I'd personally love to see it too because the way we play fast and we like.
You guys last year I watched you play a couple times. It was like a 15-second shot.
Yeah, we love getting up and down the court trying to get shots up, and I think like a bunch of teams we play, they try to slow us down, and I mean we play through it, but I would like to play fast,
For the little kids that will see this either on the live stream or watch the video of it, going through your recruiting process, this is for both of you, what's something that you wish you'd have known before it started that you know now that maybe you could teach a young kid who's an 8th grader or a 7th grader or a freshman that maybe if he's lucky enough when he's a junior, sophomore, senior to go through the recruiting process, what's something you wish you'd have known now, back then?
Don't get discouraged just because if coaches aren't reaching out right away because like me, it's been a little bit slow, but I finally, over the summer, I had probably 10 coaches reach out and talking to me about stuff and saying how they like me and like the way I play. And I just say just keep a positive mindset about it all.
How about you, Ty? What's something you wish you'd have known 2 years ago that you know now?
Yeah, I would definitely say kind of like what he said, just, trusting the process, especially with, the transfer portal and a lot of schools are trying to get people out of that instead of recruiting high school players. So just trusting your work, trying to get better every day and, believing that you're going to achieve it one day and just enjoy the process. Most importantly, the visits and stuff are all great and, it's something that a lot of people don't get to experience, so, embrace it.
We talked about it earlier. You guys are probably the prohibitive favorite to win the third region. But when you look at the third region as a whole, who's your biggest competition? Is it yourself or is there another team out there that you think is going to give you the biggest disadvantage of winning the third region,
I feel like it's ourselves, honestly, because if we play to the best of our ability, I think that and nobody can beat us in the region. And I don't say that out of cockiness or anything. I just know what ability we have, and if we really attack every challenge and play our game every day or every game, then I feel like nobody can beat us in the region.
Tell me something about Lawson that we don't know here in the media. Like whether it be his game, just tell me something about Lawson that we should know that we don't know.
There's a lot of things I could tell you about him.
Within reason.
Yeah. I mean, he's a funny guy, just hanging out with him off the court and in school. We can find anything to laugh about and talk about. So, he's enjoying to be around. Just a pretty funny guy.
You wouldn't want your Robin to be anybody else but Lawson.
Nah, for sure.
Here's a funny one for you guys. Vic's been asking everybody these. Who's the bigger ladies, man? You or Lawson?
I'd probably guess say me because he's got a little girlfriend that he's had for a few years, so I better not say him.
Well, Coach, Ty, Lawson, thank you so much for joining us. Good luck, and we're looking forward to covering you this year. Thank you. We're joined as Whitesville Trinity girls and boys, Coach West, Coach Hernandez here, and I'll start with you, Coach Hernandez. In full transparency, we're related, so everybody knows this. But I asked Ella a question earlier about Ella House, who the best player was in the family, her mom, or you, and she said she was, but she couldn't shoot. How is it possible you can grow up in your family and not be a shooter?
I don't know. We tried to work with it. We tried to fix it along the way.
I mean, that's not possible.
But she can slash to the basket like nobody's business. And so I think her shot's coming along too. So over time, she's going to get better with it. But I don't know. I walked out of the locker room ready to shoot. So you know that, right?
Yeah, with you and Lucas and all them and your son. I mean, you guys came out of the womb with
That's right.
You had a very young team last year, and there was a lot of growing experience, and you were playing a lot of young people. Mm-hmm. How has it gone, the start of the season gone so far? As you're getting some of those back, and they're getting a little older and a little stronger. You're still very young.
Right.
But how's the early season gone so far?
It's been okay. We honestly, we only have 4 high schoolers, and then we have 8th, 7th, and 8th graders that play. But we only got them last week because they all play volleyball. All of the high schoolers play volleyball, and so we just got them last week. And so we've only had about a week of practice. That always throws us a little behind. I feel like right after Christmas is when we always start pulling together. It's because we're a little behind when we get started. But I feel like they've come along over the summer, and we were competing in games. We won some games over the summer, and we didn't get blown out by any of the teams we were competing. So I feel like we've come along. I feel like the 4 juniors are a lot stronger. I feel like the couple of girls that were playing a lot lot of 7th graders last year. 8th graders are already a lot stronger finishing around the basket. They led us in scoring a couple times this summer. So I felt like defensively we were okay last year. It's really offensively they got to come through and finish around the basket and start knocking shots down. So hopefully with their strength and their growth, they'll be able to do that.
With the region, the smallest school by far in the region. But what a great, just talk about the community of Whitesville and how they embrace, whether it be volleyball, it be basketball, boys basketball, softball. For a school your size to compete in as many sports you do, it's something really special. And I don't think us in the 3rd region talk about that enough.
Yeah, I feel like, I've grown up there too. I'm from there. And so I feel like the community support is second to none. I don't know that you can find a better supportive community, whether we still had lots of people in the stands supporting us last year, even when we were having a rough season, because we were still competing. We were still working hard, and they appreciated watching us work hard. So they would still come out and support. But, watching these girls play in the the 3rd region volleyball tournament at our gym, and it was as packed as it's been, so our community support is just second to none, and it's a lot of fun to watch.
And especially in a small school like that, I don't know how many, was it 90-something students?
Yeah, we have 87 students.
87, 87 students. The impact that you have as a coach on your athletes, to me, sometimes is even greater. And I know you're also in the administration role. But talk about what that means to you to be able to impact young girls' lives, which family or not, you're an unbelievable role model. I mean, a great player, a great coach, and administrator. But what's that mean to you to be able to impact the lives that you do with the ability at Whitesville Trinity? Well,
I just feel like that's why we're here, is to give back and to serve people, and that's what we do. I've probably changed through the years. There was a point in time, and I don't think I was bad, but I was just, I was all about winning. And I still am. I hate losing. Like, losing's terrible. I hate to lose, okay? But as long as I feel like we've gone out and given our best and done our best, and it's a lot more about building people, and building players along the way is really fun. I got out of coaching for 3 or 4 years, and then I forgot how much I liked it. I was really going back in for a year. Now it's been 5, and I've loved it. I love working with these girls. They impact me just as much as I feel like I impact them, and I love to figure out how much success we've had based on what they do long after they leave Trinity. And so there's been lots of success through the years, and that's what it's all about.
Kenzie, I'll start with you. It was a bumpy road last year, a very young team. She talked about it, like 4 girls playing it. We're at the high school, and you got a lot of middle schoolers playing. How have you seen, for your game, what did you want to get better at coming into this year?
This year, I've just really focused on being one of the primary scorers on the team. I mean, we lost Josie, and she was our leading scorer. I was the 2nd leading scorer on our team, and I feel like all of us junior girls together, we decided that we were going to come together and be a force and go to the basket to score.
I've got to ask you, does Coach Hernandez do you ever get to see her shoot? I mean, does she still get out there every now and then and let you know that she can still play a little bit?
Well, that is a great question, because during, our middle school girls still have games sometimes during the season, so they have to leave practice early. And so then it's us, the juniors, and we scrimmage the coaches sometimes. And Coach gets out there. She doesn't play it easy on us.
I was going to say. No,
yeah.
She grew up with brothers.
Oh, yeah.
And she knows that. She could play. I can promise you that. Talk about the small school and the friendships that you develop and just the relationships that you have with your teammates and how important that is for you.
Oh, yeah, for sure. We are all best friends on the team. We've played with each other since 2nd, 3rd, 1st grade, and our relationships together, I feel like they're just unmatched pretty much. I mean, we're such a small school. We have every single class together. We see each other all day. We go to practice together, then we go to each other's houses and hang out. We're just all very close-knit together, and it's a great experience.
I'll ask you the same question I've asked a lot of people up here. If you had a big test on Friday, which teammate are you asking to help you study?
I thought I would probably just study by myself. I don't really want to have any of them helping me.
I have one last thing before I get to Emily over here. Right. Do me one favor. Can you go tell Miss Brasher that she's a picklehead for me?
I will do that.
Thank you very much. And Emily, I've got to ask you, talk about your relationship that you have with Coach Hernandez and what it means to you.
I think she's just a great role model overall, like on the court and off the court. Like she just shows you how to be a good person, and like her work ethic is like 1 to 9. Like she'll like miss some, like the first part of practice she won't be there because she's either at a meeting or she has like other things to do, but she'll come to practice and she'll still give like her everything to coach us. So I think she's just a very hard worker.
$20 will be in your locker. I promise you that. What was something that you wanted to improve in your game? You know, she talked about she wanted to become a better scorer. How about you? What were you looking at something that from last year to this year that when the season's over with, you could look back and say, that's where I wanted to do, and I accomplished that goal?
Yeah, I think I'm in the same boat as Kinsey. Like last year, I wasn't a very offensive like player. Like I was more of the defensive, like helping with the defensive end. But this year, yeah, I want to improve my rebounding and like scoring abilities too to help the team out.
You know, I don't know if you know this, but you know, the great facility out there, the new gym, I love it. But when you look up on that Hall of Fame, it's like half of it's her family.
It is, yeah, it is.
That's impressive.
Yeah, it is.
Talk about what Trinity means to you. Just as a small school, maybe not basketball, but just Trinity High School. What's it mean to you?
I think it's just family. Like I know everybody. Everybody is down to help anyone at any point. They're always willing to lend out a helping hand, and like you are when you're there, you feel welcomed, and you feel like you're part of the family too.
You know, I've got to ask because I think sometimes we talked about this in Owensboro. We get really in the third region. People in Owensboro think 9th district. It gets really Owensboro centric. But talk about your district down in the 12th district. I think it's underrated and sometimes overlooked. There's a lot of great rivalries down there and matchups down there. Just talk about that 12th district a little bit.
Well, I think that it is a lot of, like, it's a rivalry. Like, we have district games, and, like, those days are like, all right, we're going out to win. We're going out to perform our best. Like, the atmosphere in those gyms is unmatched. Like, the crowds get into it, and I love playing in those atmospheres, like, when it's a rivalry between two schools. So,
thank you so much. I'll start with Coach West down here first. And Coach West, it's going to be kind of a new thing for you. You lose a lot of seniors off last year's team that played a lot of minutes for the last few years. A new start. How's the new start gone so far?
Well, it's not the first new start that we've had. We've had a couple, I don't even want to call them rebuilds. They're just new starts. And so far it's been good. We've been putting in a lot of new things. We are a pretty young team. This will probably be the youngest team that I've ever had out here at Trinity because we don't have any sophomores. And we have a huge freshman class, a pretty talented group. We've got 3 seniors and 4 juniors. And outside of, I'd say maybe 3 of those, it's all new experience. You know, they didn't get a ton of minutes, a lot of JV minutes. But varsity, it's a whole different animal. So we've been scheming a lot of different ways to kind of offset some of that. And I think there's a couple of things that are really going to be successful that we've put in.
And you've been very successful there. I mean, the job you've done out there has been great. Talk about, I know just because she's not, you know, the principal's not just sitting here, but the administration and being a very sports-minded person, that's got to help you too.
It does, and I'm a vice principal too, so I'm in administration too. So, you know, we do get to talk about that a lot too, and it's good whenever you have that kind of perspective, especially in our community. It's like Mr. Hernandez said, it's being so small, you really don't realize it. I mean, I went to Davis County, so I went to a large school. There's a sense of a connection in these small towns and small communities that you don't get. And just if you they started an alumni tournament last year. I mean, it's like a district game, you know.
So you may have a fight there.
Yes, yeah, it's crazy.
Out there if you
yeah, so it's amazing to see our people support us no matter what. So it's incredible to have their support.
So, you know, with what you lost last year, you know, with a lot of experience, has that made you think that you might have to change the way you play, like a different style this year? I know you kind of touched on it, but
yeah. Yeah, absolutely. We're going to have to, just because we don't have the same length, we don't have the same size. You know, Nolan's our biggest kid, and what we do have is we have a lot of guys that can shoot, that we're small. We're kind of long, but we're not super tall, so we've got to play fast, probably faster than we've ever played before. We've got to do some things. You know, we got to play more up-tempo, so pressure is a big part of what we do. And then just kind of developing some habits that I think can help us long-term. which is kind of what we've been focusing on right now.
I'll start with you, Nolan. As you know, you talked about being the biggest guy there. A lot graduated last year, and a lot of points graduated last year. What kind of new role do you see you had to step into to play that maybe you didn't have to play last year?
Yeah, so we just started this new offense, and it's just it makes me like the middle of it. Like I'm just like the sun, and everybody's revolving around me. So
That's a nice place to be.
Yeah,
I need to get that.
It's pretty fun, but it's a big role, and I'm excited for it. I really am.
And talk about what Coach West means to you in general, like what he's done out there. I mean, you're talking about a school of 85 and being very competitive, not only in your district but in your region. You did a regional tournament just a couple of years ago. Talk about what he means to you also.
Yeah, Coach, he's a big fellow like me, so we work down low, and we've got other people to do the guards, and it's me and Cameron Wright has been helping me a lot. So, and he doesn't only teach us basketball, but he's also taught me English. So we've learned a lot inside basketball and out. So
I've got to ask a player this because I know the new gym is awesome, but in some parts of you, do you miss the old Sound Palace? I mean, that was just such a neat place.
Yeah,
there's a little piece of you that misses that.
I did never get to play in that, but okay. I remember as a kid us being in there banging on those walls. I think it would.
I played in it and coached in it, and I hated it.
I've got to ask you, Coach, before I go over here to Aiden. Do you miss that place just a little bit? I mean, it was something unique and different.
It definitely was. I do miss the sound, the just how hard it is. The loudness. Just because we still practice over there quite a bit, but you forget about it whenever you're not over there playing. I was at Hancock County as an assistant. That was the first time I'd lost my voice, and then I came to Trinity as a head coach. In the very first game, you almost build up the strength in your vocal cords, but I lost my voice. That was the only time I've ever lost my voice in a game was there in the barn.
Nolan, just like we asked the girls, Trinity being such a small school, you're in the same class, you see everybody every day, but what does Trinity mean to you?
I've been there since I was in preschool, so I would never want to go anywhere else. It's just the small town feeling, knowing everybody's great, and you can go to anybody about anything. So I really like that.
Hayden, I'll start with you here. Something that you were looking to get better at your game coming from last year into this year. What were one or two things that you were looking to improve at?
Definitely leadership. I mean, we lost a lot, but we also gained a lot. So I feel that having the most experience last year, that I have to help these young guys get their mind right for future season.
We talk about Trinity competing, but when you look at that district, Grayson, Butler, Edmonson County, if I had to pick one, if I had to ask you one place that you hated to go play in the worst, like the worst visiting gym of those three, which is yours?
Probably Grayson.
Grayson, why is that?
The student section is just crazy. It's fun to play in. It's so fun to play in because they connect with you, but you just gotta have your mind right.
Kind of like they're on top of you.
Yeah.
It reminds me of when you used to go play in the old Mecklenburg County when it was 7 schools. And you literally take the ball out and they're right behind your ear, letting you know how good or how bad you are.
Yeah.
Talk about your relationship with Coach West a little bit, what he means to you and what he means to that program in general.
I mean, he's a great role model. I mean, we see him every day at school. He helps us a lot. He teaches us life lessons. He will help you on and off the court.
I'll ask you kind of a two-parter here. Who's your funniest teammate? And then if we were going to play Fortnite, who wins the Fortnite championship of your teammates?
Oh, man. Nolan's probably the funniest. It's close, but I don't know who will win Fortnite. Probably Nolan, but I think it'd be close between me and Nolan. I think it'd be Nolan.
This will be for the two coaches. In just a little bit, your thoughts. We've been asking coaches about this. The thoughts on the new free throw rule, 2 shots, the new foul rules in high school basketball, and whether or not we hear the big thing argument on social media about a shot clock. In your opinion as a coach, would you like to see a shot clock in the state of Kentucky?
Well, yeah, to answer that question first, I definitely want a shot clock. I played at Brescia, and there was – back then it was a 35-second shot clock, and it was a pretty easy adjustment, really. In my opinion, it makes things a little bit easier. You run something, you run a set, you try to get something, and then it's like you have a certain window. It's like, okay, it's pretty much going to break down into one or two things, like come up, set a ball screen, or have some kind of other action that's real quick. So it really, to me, simplified the game. And I think that's what you'll see in high school. It won't be a lot of stall ball. It won't be a lot of turnovers while they're waiting to try to set something back up. It's just like, you go. And then the free throw rule, I think that's going to it'll be interesting. It will. I'll let Mr. Hernandez talk about this because we were just talking about it out here. I do think it's going to make defenses be a little bit more disciplined. Because if you're shooting two, that's a big adjustment, and so fouls are going to be even more important now. So for a team like us, who's going to pressure a lot, that's our plan. We got to be really disciplined with how we do that.
And Coach Hernandez, I figured if anybody would be in favor of the shot clock, the lady that never saw a shot she didn't like, you'd have to be in favor of the shot clock. I'm guessing.
I'm definitely in favor of a shot clock. I have been. We voted for it a few years ago, trying to get one. So I'm definitely in favor of that.
Do you foresee maybe that changing in the high school in the next 5 years?
I don't know. I thought it would have changed by now. So I guess I don't know. I mean, I feel like we all. I mean, I feel like most people I know want that change, and then it doesn't happen, and then we make this new. And I'm old school as far as I think it changes the strategy of the game with this new rule, and so I mean, I'll adjust to it. But this new free throw rule and all that, it's like you come up with that, and then we we've all been asking for the shot clock, and we don't do that. So I mean, I'm just going ahead and throwing it out there and just being really honest. I'm old school, and I think the 1-and-1, there's some strategy to that now we lose in the game, and it's pressure that doesn't exist now because you're going to get two every time and those types of things. But so those parts I don't understand. I feel like and maybe we're different and want the shot clock and other people don't. But most people I know want the shot clock. So
if I had to say the majority of coaches and players we've asked today, it's probably been 90% wanted the shot clock.
Right, and so I bet if you ask the other one, most people are probably going to be politically correct and say, "Oh, we'll adjust to it." But I'm saying it throws off the strategy of the game. I think the pressure of the 1-and-1 is a big deal. I think that the shot clock should have changed long before that rule right there. So I'm just throwing it out there. Maybe I shouldn't have, but I did. So there you go.
That's what we want, coaches, to be honest. Thank you so much, guys. Thanks, guys and ladies. Thank you so much for joining us today, and good luck on the season.
All right, thank you.
Before we get started, we got to thank all our sponsors: Southwire, Greenwood Chisholm, Texas Roadhouse, Cam Cooks for You, Dunkin' Donuts. Without them, we couldn't put in the plans. This is something that just kind of happened, but now looking back, going through that whole situation, it turned out turned out perfect for you.
It did. God always has a plan. You have to trust that plan. Bradley, my husband, and I were just talking about this the other night. We had a long drive to Alabama, so we were just kind of rehashing everything. And he said, you just got to trust his plan. Back during that transition, I had no idea that this was in the works, but I'm really excited about the opportunity to be back there.
Looking at, for you, a new squad so far, how's the all season gone for you? How the players adjusted to you? It's a new scheme for them. How's the whole early process gone?
I thought we had a really good summer. We didn't have a whole lot of time to prep. We just kind of went out there and played games. But as far as sharing the basketball, the chemistry, buying into what we're trying to do, like you said, it's all new to all of us, new staff. Preseason went well. We're really trying to work the girls hard and get them in shape. That's probably not the most fun part for them, but they're battling through it every day. They're showing up and wanting to get the work done and want to compete, for a district championship and get back to a regional.
I've got to ask, how your two girls enjoyed having a whole new set of big sisters?
Oh, they love it. Like, they live for it. After school every day, I give them the option. You can stay home with me, Mom. You don't have to come to practice. And every day they're there. I mean, they're there. They're happy to have these ladies as their big sisters. They both had birthdays recently, and just being around the girls and sharing those moments with the team, they love it. They eat it up.
It's one of the questions we've been asking all the coaches. The new foul rules, the new free throw rules, it changes the game a little bit. I mean, do you think it's going to be a big adjustment and a big change? Or is this something that just...
If you're that team that's behind, less pressure because there's no 1-and-1, so I know that's huge. But I think we're just going to have to see how it plays out.
Got to before we get going any further, one of your players, big day coming up Saturday for you. I mean, looking forward to that and what that means to you and I know it's, we talked to you back in the summer when it was announced or early in the year, but as it gets closer, does it hit a little more home to you?
It does. You're making me nervous. I know I have to prepare for a speech. I haven't gotten that far yet.
I was down there last night. I was my first ever trip to Dental last night. Unbelievable.
Was that your first?
I've never been in that place.
Wow, that's awesome. Well, I'm excited. I'm excited for my girls to be there and to get to experience that. My boys as well, and my husband, my parents, just being able to share this moment with them is going to be pretty special.
I'm going to ask Emmy first here as we get to here. It says, when this day coming up, your coach, do you get to realize just how good she was back in the day? I know you're a little young, you may not remember it, but just how good she was.
Yeah, I think Coach Payne coming she's brought a lot of light to the team. Our intensity level definitely has skyrocketed. Yeah, I love having her as a coach.
Do you? All right. I've got to ask you, how about her two girls? I mean, I know they're around the gym all the time.
Oh, yeah, they are.
Looking at those two and how the team has accepted them, is it fun to have them around?
I think it's fun. You can joke with them. They get your jokes. It's just like having two little sisters out there with you. They'll get out there, shoot with you. Birthdays.
I wouldn't let them shoot with me too much. They may outshoot you. I'm just
they will outshoot you. They will. Yeah, they're cool to have around. I like them.
What's a couple things that you wanted to work on from last year to this year, irregardless of the coaching change, but you just wanted to get better to make yourself better?
Communication. Last year, our communication kind of struggled, but you can kind of already tell that it's gotten so much more improvement. And defense.
It's a tough district. If you looked at maybe ranking the teams, Catholic's going to be right up there. Owensboro with their big year last year, with a lot of people coming back. This is not an easy district to get out of and to get to the regional tournament. And I know you guys want to.
Yeah.
What do you think as a team as a whole, a couple of things that you have to do better than you did last year to make that jump and to get to the regional tournament?
Definitely bring intensity to a game. Defense will win our games. We can shoot the ball, but we definitely have to have really good defense to be able to beat Catholic, Owensboro, Apollo. Yeah.
Looking at your teammates, and I know you grow up with a lot of them. You play a lot of basketball. What does your relationship with your teammates mean? And like your relationship with Zoe, what does that mean to you?
They're my best friends. Me and Zoe have been best friends since 2 years old. Kennedy, which is our transfer, we played middle school together. I think everyone's just so close. They're your best friends. You get out there, have fun.
You mentioned Kennedy Lane coming in well from Apollo with Coach Payne. You played against her last year. How much of a difference is she going to make on your roster this year?
Very big difference. She doesn't miss. I hated playing against her. I had to guard her. She scored a lot of points when we played her last year. So I think having her on our team now is going to help us a lot. And we have Lily Hoagland back. She was hurt last year, so everything coming together is just going to really help us.
Zoe, you're somebody, the one thing the one thing I love about social media is you get to kind of see the off season from the athletes. Put in a lot of work this year. What were a couple things that when you went to put in that work that you wanted to improve to make your next season even better?
I really wanted to focus on like expanding my game, not just being a post player, like being able to shoot, especially when bigger girls or taller girls are guarding me, making them come out and defend me from the perimeter.
You know, talk about the adjustment for you for Coach Payne coming in. You know, it's a new coach, different. You know, whether it be a different form, you know, style, you know, different processes. What is, you know, this adjusting to her? How's it been for you so far?
I've just tried to soak it in like a sponge. You know, having a coach that was nominated to be Miss Basketball and a Hall of Famer, just trying to soak it all in, ask questions, get anything I can.
Davis County, we talk about, we cover all these schools, but just the inner workings of Davis County and the people you meet there, whether it be teachers, students, what's Davis County meant to you?
It's a great atmosphere. Everyone there is very welcoming. At first, I didn't really know where I wanted to go to school, and DC opened me with welcome arms. The program is amazing.
Here's the big question I have to ask you. This is important because we got like a competition between us. We got to pick games. Mm-hmm. Should I pick Davis County or Central Hardin on Friday?
I would say, football. I thought we were talking basketball.
Football.
Definitely DC.
You got game set there. You got to.
You do. I've got to ask you. Because this is a conversation we've asked a lot of coaches and some players also. Would you like to see a shot clock in high school basketball? I mean, that's kind of where maybe it's been leading to. It's a big fight on social media. What do the players think? Would you like to see one?
I think that we should have a shot clock. I know a lot of teams, especially in our district, like to stall. So I feel like it'd be very beneficial.
Okay. You have anything? Coach Payne, I've got to ask, when you go home at night, you may have, and Coach Hayden can tell you this, one of the guys that you can bounce a lot of things off of. How's that really? How's Brad? I got to ask this because we're buddies. How's he helped you as a coach?
He has helped me so much. I know we kid each other a lot about, he's won a state championship. I haven't, but
but you're a better player. You're the Hall of Fame.
That's what I was going to get to next. But anyway, no, seriously, he helps me a lot. I'm able to go home and bounce a lot of ideas off of him after a tough loss. He always tries to get me to see, you're never as bad as you think you are. You're never as good as you think you are. So you got to keep that level head, happy medium. And I know you don't see it from him on the sidelines with the level head, but he does. And he keeps me grounded. So I appreciate what he does for me.
Having two coaches, is there a time that you have to kind of sit away time and say we're putting basketball away and now we're just, does that happen naturally or is that something that maybe you have to work on to do at times that you can let kind of basketball encompass everything?
I think we really have to work on it. And honestly, it's probably my husband more so that points it out than me. I'm that type A personality, like Coach Hayden, we talk about that. And I'm constantly thinking, preparation, game plan, watch film. And even in the off season, I'm talking about, I think I want to try this. And he's like, don't talk about basketball. I don't want to talk about basketball right now. We've got to focus on this. Let's just move on. So it is helpful.
I'll tell you what, we're going to see her on the softball coaching before long because the way those two swing the bat, she's going to come into a softball coach for it's all said and done.
I think they need to come to Hancock County.
We'll start down here with Coach Hayden, and Coach Hayden, you get Moss that comes over that's playing there, and maybe for the first time in a long time, Davis County being talked about as being one of the regional favorites. Does it change what you think or how you do things, or are we just going to move on forward?
No, honestly, it's not controllable. We thought last year we had a team that was going to be really competitive going into the year, had a ton of injuries, and it's not controllable of ours what other people are saying. We're going to go to practice each day. We've got a group of guys that are experienced and some young guys that blend into it, and we're just going to compete each day and take it from there.
I'm going to ask you about the guy to your left there, maybe one of the most underrated players in the region that a lot of people forget about sometimes. But, he put up unbelievable numbers. If we do a radio game, I can promise you he's scoring 20 points. We call him Mr. Radio. But talk a little bit about not just his game, but also him as a person.
Well, the intangibles that Gage brings is he's one of the best talkers I've been around in 23 years of coaching. Been part of this program, known I've been around long enough now where these two guys I've seen since they were in our D League, in our youth camps. Gage has been an active part of that from those days. We've really relied on him, especially to score, since his sophomore year. So we know he's going to come in every day. He's worked on his game. He knows his spots he's got to get to. He's gotten stronger over the years. We know I'm going to get everything out of him each game.
You know, it's a tough district to get out of, and it's been a few years since Davis County's got there. To get there, to get to that regional tournament, what's some things that you have to improve on from last year besides health? Because, like you said, I mean, that team last year could have been totally different with a little bit of luck. But for this team to get to where it wants to go and get to the Sports Center and compete for a regional title, what are a couple things that have to have happen?
Well, I think with any team, you got to take care of the ball and you got to rebound. You got to figure out how to maximize your possessions and not give up extra possessions. So that's the thing that we've really been focused on this year. We think our turnovers should go down, but we want to make an emphasis on rebounding the basketball.
You know, same thing I asked Coach Powers, the new rules. In favor of them, not sure yet, kind of wait and see. But do you think it's good for the game?
I do. I think the game should evolve. We're seeing things trickle down from the professional level on down. Even your question earlier about shot clock, I'm in favor to keep moving this game forward. And it's a different game. We play it differently than we did 10 years ago, and definitely from my day of playing in the 90s, it's a different game. So definitely think you've got to keep looking. Like I get a serve on the KBC board, and every time we meet, those conversations come up. We try to follow in Kentucky what NFHS promotes. So, yeah, I think you've got to look outside the box and how do you keep kids playing and keep them involved.
Talk about your coaching staff. You know, I always joke with Coach Payne about Brad, but you have a great coaching staff that you've been with for a long time. Talk about your coaching staff.
Yeah, we've had consistency with our program. I've even coached like Jordan Ferguson, one of our varsity assistants. I've known Jordan from when I played. His dad coached me. I coached him when I was at Apollo. We've had some consistency of keeping guys around like Coach Payne. Coach Pruitt is back with us, having played at Webster County where he made a big run in the regional tournament when he played. He's a young star. I think will be a head coach one day. Darren Snyder, a former Hancock County guy, I remember playing and watching him play. He does a great job with our freshman program. And then we've got other guys like Grant Griffin, Ray Smith, who followed me over from Apollo. We've just got some guys that know basketball, that care about basketball, that will put in some time. Even outside of losing other things with family, it's a strong staff that I don't have to worry about of asking them to do their jobs.
Gage, I've got to ask you had a big year last year. You were on the ESPN Owensboro second team, I believe, last year. But you wanted to keep getting your game better. What are some things that you worked on this summer and something that you would like to at the end of this year realize that you did better than last year?
Well, a lot of the summer I just was in the gym. Playing AAU with Kentucky Supreme, I feel like they really helped me a lot, just kind of changed my game, took it to the next level. I'm really hoping to show some of that. By the end of this year, though, I want to become a better shooter. Last year, I feel like I got to the rim a lot, showed my game around the rim, but I really want to extend it out this year and show other people what I can do.
As the season, we talk about how hard the 9th District is and how tough it is, to get through that 9th District, get to the regional tournament. For you, I mean, that has to be the goal for Davis County, is not just to get there, but to win the regional. You got to get there first. What do you think as a team you guys have to do to make sure that you're in the Sports Center playing when the third region tournament starts?
Yeah, I just think we just got to stay together, just keep being as a team, just rebound. What he said, very important this year. I feel like if we rebound a lot and control the boards, control the glass, we can control a lot of games too.
You're the guys. Go ahead.
Vic mentioned it earlier with Jonathan Moss coming back. With Moss coming back and Jackson Lee coming over from Brett and Darren Watkins coming over from Addisonville, did that take a lot of pressure off of you and it just allow you to just play basketball instead of the focus just having to be on you game in, game out?
Well, even last year, I feel like, I don't really feel much pressure. I was just kind of playing basketball the way I think I should play. Just kind of focus on everything, not really focus on myself. But yeah, I'm excited for I think we can make a big run. I'm excited for all the people who came over. I know I'm excited. I just think we can put it all together.
Talk about what your relationship with Coach Hayden. He talked about you've been in the program a long time. You're kind of the leader there, and you've been there for 3 years now, and scoring there. The relationship that you have with Coach Hayden and what he means to you.
Yeah, I've known Coach Hayden for a while now, just growing up, just being around basketball and everything. But he's a great guy.
great leader. He's just a great mentor all around. Like, even I can go talk to him, whether it's about basketball, whether it's not. Just doesn't really, he's just a good guy. I feel like he's just easy to talk to, and I can just open up about anything.
You talk about you want to become a better outside shooter. One person that doesn't have any problem shooting outside is
Oh.
Houston.
Oh, I know.
You know, he was, I think, with the stat leader last year, ended up leading the third region in three-point shooting. You know, talk about him a little bit, and is that where you want to get to his point of shooting, or can you get there?
I don't know if I can reach there. I don't know. He's might be the best shooter in the third region. I've been saying it for a while. If he's open, don't even worry about the rebound. Just get back.
Get back?
Just
Okay.
get back. It's in every time.
Yeah, Houston, we talk about that. You had a great year last year shooting the basketball, but there's also things that you want to improve on. What were you looking to take your game to the next level? Is it maybe to drive a little more, become less? I mean, not that you don't want to shoot the basketball, but to expand your game a little bit?
Oh, yeah, definitely, for sure. I may lack the size, but I'm not afraid to get in the paint and get dirty. I mean, if I have to do what I got to do for the team, I'll do it.
Talk about Gage a little bit. You know, we talk about maybe the most underrated player in the region. You know, as far as you hear about guys who are regional MVP, Player of the Year type. You know, you'll hear Elijah Decker, you hear Ty Price, but Gage Phelps has put up huge numbers the last couple of years. Talk about what it means, not just on the basketball floor, but what kind of guy is he off the floor?
I mean, he's a great friend to talk to. We've been playing basketball whole lives together practically. We've had the same connection. Just our chemistry's just that tight.
Who's the better gamer, you or him?
Oh, for sure him.
For sure
Yeah,
him?
he's better.
He's
yeah.
better? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Golfer?
Golfer? Oh yeah. He can golf. I don't know. We're both. It's equal though.
I'll ask you the same question I've asked a couple people. If you had a big test on Friday that you had to pass, which teammate are you asking to help you study?
This guy right here for sure.
That guy right there?
Yeah, we're in the same math class.
There you go. There you go. If I was going to ask you which teammate you would definitely want to keep away from studying, who would it be?
Jackson Brown.
I will tell you, you're the first guy to answer that question. Everybody else says I don't want to answer, but
I have an answer though. Yeah.
There you go. There you go. Talk about your coaching staff a little bit. You know what Coach Hayden, Coach Payne, what those guys do, and what they mean to you.
I feel like that throughout the whole course of me being in the Davis County system, they've always just been there for my side and making me make the right reads and making me help throughout my whole life and making me become a better person, more than outside of basketball. And I'm just blessed to have them as my coaches and throughout the whole career of my basketball career here.
We know what Coach Hayden said. We'll ask you two before we get you out of here. Would you guys like to see a shot clock in high school basketball? Do you think that's something they need?
Yeah, I feel like we do need it. Just like Zoe said, have the team just like to stall and like keep the ball on their side of the court and like waste the clock. So I feel like it would manage either way for either side of the team.
When the season's done, we're going to see you at the Sports Center?
For sure.
I like it. I like it a lot. Thank you so much. We'll start with Coach Riley here, Owensboro County High. Coach Riley, thanks for joining us. And Coach, how's the offseason been so far? I know I know a lot of your guys will play. You got a lot of football players on, but the offseason, the guys you have there, how's it gone so far?
It was I kind of look at summer as being off season, and we had a good off season in terms of the summer basketball because we had, we never had everybody there, but we had most of them there most times, and there was times we were very competitive with very good programs. So that gave me hope that we'd have a good third region team this year.
It's graduate, the all-time leading scorer at Owensboro County, and Brian Groove had a great career there. But, you've got some pieces that maybe people don't know about. Who are some guys? Well, we know about Tudd. We know about Bikeman. He had a huge – give me a couple of names that maybe the third region average fan doesn't know.
The big thing is we got 5 guys that played significant minutes on a regional finalist team. The 2 Carricos, Luke. Kaiser was injured, but was a major part of our team last year. Warren Ebelhair. So all 5 of those guys have a lot of experience, so – when you bring 5 guys back that played that many minutes for you, that's a lot to return.
Oh yeah.
So, I don't know. I don't know that any one of those 5 guys will surprise me. So all 5 of those guys will be major players. Solly Smith, who will play for us this year, only played JV last year, so he'd probably be the guy that would surprise because nobody's really seen him play unless you came to a Catholic JV game last year.
For a guy that's, won a ton of regional titles, won a lot, what do you think about the new rules and the 5 fouls and taking away the 1-and-1? Do you like it? Do you don't like it? What, do you think it's going to make a big adjustment?
Most everything is about making the game faster, I think. I think that's to make the game faster, what I think. I don't know.
Would you be in favor? We've asked a lot of coaches. Would you be in favor of a shot clock in high school basketball?
I would. Seriously, yeah. And everybody thinks because – we might not have the athleticism of somebody else, but what it helps you do is you don't have to panic and go into, press mode to try to get back in the game. You've got a little bit longer before you have to do that because somebody's got to shoot the ball with a certain amount of time.
Right.
So for that reason, yeah, I'd be for it. But I think the number one problem with it is we don't have this problem at Owensboro Catholic, but there's a lot of high schools out there that would have trouble finding people. They have trouble finding people to keep the book. They have trouble finding people to keep the clock. So we're going to add another thing to the mix. That's the problem with it. It's not a problem in Owensboro Catholic at all.
Talk about that. Talk about the family atmosphere and the support that you get, not just from the administration, but the parents and the way that athletes and athletics is supported in Owensboro County. It is a special place.
Well, yes, and I continue to say that Owensboro Catholic's special because of the families that drop their kids off. Mm-hmm. That's what. People talk about, this and that. And I don't think that the teachers are any more special than they are anywhere else because they all get in that profession to care about kids. But it's the people that drop their kids off and the value that they put in education and acting right. And that's what, for me, and I spent 29 years in the public schools, so I think I have a little bit of freedom to express what the difference between the two.
Yeah, definitely, without a doubt. And as you're looking forward to the season, it's always a tough district. No matter what, it doesn't matter. You can throw the records out when it comes to district play, but for you guys to be at the Sports Center and compete for a regional title, what are some things you think you guys have got to do well this year?
I think one of the biggest keys is how we defend. And, we're not going to be a very large team, but I think a big key is that I think that Kaiser and Solly can really put pressure on the ball. And I think that's a big key, which will allow the Carrico brothers and Luke and Warren and those guys to play a little bit harder up the line in terms of forcing people to make mistakes. So I think that's going to be a big key for us right there.
So, Coach, how hard is it with Catholic football? More than likely, if they play like I think they will, it's going to be a few more weeks before you get them. How hard will that be to get them back in the system up and running?
It's not easy, but I 3 times in my head coaching career we played the day after Thanksgiving. So this is just adding one more week to it. So I've done it before, something similar to that, and one of those years we won the state championship. So with Warren Central, we played till we lost to St. X in football on the Friday after Thanksgiving, and then we lost 5 or 6 games before Christmas, and then after Christmas we won. After the New Year, we averaged winning about 33 points a game. So we can recover. Our record won't be, what it would be otherwise. I mean, one of the reasons we went 28-6 last year is because we got off to a great start. And had they gone a couple more weeks in the playoffs, we would not have had as great a start in terms of our record. But, I mean, the ultimate goal for me is to try to win the first round of the district and then win 3 games in the regional tournament. That's my ultimate goal. And so our record won't be as good as it would be otherwise. But I think we got a team that could possibly do that again.
You know, Todd, I'll start with you with the players. You know, looking, you know, with the success you had last year on the basketball floor, you get, you know, to the regional championship game. What was some stuff that you wanted to improve in your basketball ability coming into this year?
I'm going to practice a lot more. I practice a lot, but I'm more football focused, even sometimes during the season. But this year, being my senior year, football being over, I'm gonna put a lot more effort into it, especially getting up. I'm gonna practice. I'll shoot before every practice and stay after every practice.
I've got to ask you, growing up or even now, the backyard games between you and Vince, how physical can those get?
Bloody noses every time. Yeah, we've lost teeth too.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Now, and then you got a young one, an 8th grade brother that plays left tackle. I mean, does he get in there and battle with you too?
Yeah, he's a lot bigger though.
He is a lot bigger.
He's way bigger. I can't quite beat him in a fight anymore. It's close.
I've got to ask, and you may know this, you may not. When your mom gets done at Walmart with the grocery shopping, that bill's got to be outrageous.
I'm not gonna say the number, but it's high. It's pretty high.
You know, talk about your, the relationship and Coach Riley. I mean, this guy has won, regional championships at multiple schools, state titles, and not only that, it just seems like to be such a great guy. Talk about your relationship with Coach Riley.
Coach Riley pushes me really hard. My work ethic is already pretty good, but he pushes everyone to the limit. I mean, to the point where they're questioning whether they want to play, and I think that's what it takes to win, and that's why he is so successful.
I'm going to ask you about one of your teammates, because maybe at this time last year there weren't many in the region that maybe knew who Lake Bikeman was, but then as the season went on, his game went through the roof. Talk about him a little bit and what we could expect to see from him this year.
Well, with Parker and Brian, the last 2 years, them being gone, Luke's gonna be the guy this year. He's gonna surprise a lot of people. Luke's really, really, really good.
I've got to ask you one more question: is how hard is it for you that you're out there on the basketball floor? It's an open ball, it's a loose ball. How hard is it for you to turn off that middle linebacker, that linebacker role? Because at times it looks like you're kind of I call you the bull in the china shop. And it's not that it's anything dirty. It's just you play hard and you play with that football mentality. Can you turn that off at all, or does that just stay on all the time?
Oh, it's on all the time.
And Kaiser, I'll ask you. Coach talked about you were injured a little bit last year, what are you looking for out of this year? One, completely healthy now, finally, I hope.
Yes, sir.
What are you looking for to take your game to at a level this year?
Just stay with my defensive intensity. That's what I've always brought to the floor, and I've never been a big scorer, but when I have to score, I can, and I always want to find my teammates before I have to get involved.
I've got to ask you, not at practice, but maybe even at school. If Vince and Tut have a little tussle, are you smart enough to know not to get in between them and let them figure it out themselves?
Oh yeah, for sure. We're going till blood. Not getting in the middle of that.
When Tut was a freshman, I had cafeteria duty, and I would ask all the freshman guys, I was like, "Hey, who's going to win if Tut and Vince get in a fight?" And all the guys would holler, "Tut." Vince, just to make Tut mad. Tut would just.
It'd fire him up.
I finally had to go to him one day and say, "If you get in a fight with him over me kidding you like that, I'm going to be pissed."
And Kaiser, I've got to ask you, Coach Riley talked about what made Calicut special, the people dropping the kids off, but being a private school, being a Catholic school, what's it mean to you? I mean, it is a special place, isn't it?
Yeah, for sure. I came from a public school. I transferred over here my freshman year, and this place has just welcomed me in as a family, and that's truly what it is, a family. Everybody cares for each other, and everybody has each other here.
I've got to ask for you or either one of you can answer. I mean, the goal is not to be playing basketball until December the 3rd. Is
right.
that what it is?
Yeah.
Is that what it is?
December 1st is state championship day. So, yeah.
Who hits harder, him or Vince? On the football field.
I don't know. Vince is pretty hard hitter, but I'm going to say we keep each other up in practice, so we don't do much live live tackling drills, so I haven't seen it. But in game, I'd say, I don't know, they're both some brutes, so it's a tough one.
Luke, I've got to ask you, you're a guy maybe this time last year, maybe a lot of people in the region didn't know, but, come by the end of the regional tournament playing great. What did you do this offseason, and where do you see your game going?
I worked really hard in the weight room this offseason. I still was working on my skills, and I was just really trying to improve every part of my game, really.
I will tell you, Coach Riley, I don't know what you're doing, but, seeing him play at the end of the regional tournament last year and seeing him now, whatever you're doing in the weight room is working. I mean, it looks like he's putting on about 30 pounds of muscle there.
What they did is I told him his freshman year that they had to get the weight room, and his family is so supportive of that. They got him a trainer, and he just bought into it. So, because I don't want to sit here and act like I know a whole bunch about weightlifting. I don't. I do know that you need it. I know how much it's impacted. But his family got him with a personal trainer. Now we have strength training during the school day. He's a guy that works. He works every day.
Tut's going to recruit you for the football field before it's all said and done.
I don't know about all that.
Talk about Coach Riley and just what he means to you and what he's helped you, maybe not on the basketball floor, maybe even off the basketball floor, what he's meant to you.
I mean, I trust Coach Riley because I know he knows a lot of stuff about a lot of different things, whether it's basketball or school or anything. I listen to almost everything he says, and he's really changed me because I came from a public school and then I came into Catholic. I knew him a little bit before that, but we've really built a good relationship together.
Looking at, the 9th district, it's always tough. Davis County, Apollo and Owensboro and you guys, what do you guys have to do to accomplish what you want to on the basketball floor this year?
We all have to play hard, but then when it comes district time, if we win the first game of district, then we're in the regional tournament, and that's the main goal right there.
Kelly Kai going to win Friday night football?
Hope so, definitely.
Put your money on that.
That's a lot.
I like it. A guy that plays a lot of AU basketball. I know I've seen, that's a great thing about social media is we can keep up with the guys in the summer. The big question out there is about the shot clock. I know you played with an AU ball. Would you like to see the shot clock in high school basketball?
I would. I think it would make the game go by faster, so you can't hold the ball quite as much. And if it comes to the end of the game and someone's just dribbling out the clock, they would have to shoot. I think it would help the game.
What's some goals you got individually that you'd like to have this year? Have you set any personal goals, whether it be rebounds, points, whatever? Is it just all about teams?
Just try and do everything I can to make our team win. Just got to win games.
If you had a test on Friday, and it's an important test, maybe you have to pass it to play on Saturday, which teammate are you asking to help you study?
I'm probably going to pick Vince Carrico.
You're going to make Tut mad if you take his brother.
I don't study.
Yeah, there we go.
I can tell you're in the weight room.
Tut, you've kind of gone through this with the recruiting aspect on football and things of that nature. What do you wish you knew 2 years ago that now that maybe young kids listening can learn from that about the whole recruiting process?
Be fast. This over my junior year, the summer of it, I got with a trainer and I worked on my speed and I dropped my 40 from like a 4.8 to I ran a 4.55 at Georgetown, and that's the biggest thing. You got to get fast.
You see that's kind of helped your recruiting aspect of it?
It's helped me in football. I can run faster now. So
there you go. Can you dunk yet?
I put one down against Owensboro warm-ups, but that's my only.
Do you have any personal goals that you're looking for this football or this basketball season?
Win the state championship and win the regional championship.
There you go. I like it. You guys have anything? All right, we'll start with Coach Robertson down there with the girls. And Coach, coming off a regional championship last year, one of the favorites this year. It never gets easy because I think maybe at the top of the region this year, maybe as strong as it's ever been. Would you agree with that?
I would have to. You've got Meade, Breck, who are loaded again. Then you've got Owensboro and Davis County, I think, are right there. Owensboro got a few players that have transferred and helped them, but I think they could be one of the top teams in the region. Honestly, Breck, of course, has everybody back. Meade County's got Peyton Bradley. Davis County with Zoe.
Lane.
That's not who I was talking about or thinking about. But Lily Hoagland's coming back. She's a shooter for them. Yes, they did add Lane, so they've got a lot of scoring punch back to help them. So I feel like defensively we've got to be solid, like Coach Riley said, to be able to contend in the 3rd and the 9th district.
Talk about your coaching staff a little bit. I mean, any head coach successful has got a great coaching staff with him. Talk about that a little bit. What your staff has brought to you. And are there any changes in the staff this year?
No changes in the staff this year. Phil Roney's always just been that rock. He's been there with me for the last 3 or 4 years. Does a lot of my scouting and watches film with me. Andrew Howard, Jill Jones does a lot of stuff during practice and kind of individual workouts. Jessica Adkins also does a lot of film for me. She's a little bit behind the scenes more than actually there. And then last year we added Keely Vinson, who played soccer for Western Kentucky, and she's been a great addition to the staff as well.
We talk about, things changes. Looking at it, do you like the new foul rule? Do you think it'll change the game a little bit, or you kind of wait and see approach as games get started?
We'll wait and see, but I think it will speed the game up. Keep you from shooting. I mean, there's pros and cons to it. I mean, now you can't foul to make somebody shoot 1-on-1 and have to hit that shot because you're going to get it anyways. But at the same time, there's only 3 of those anyways. So I think it'll be good for the game.
You do return a lot, but you also lost a couple seniors that meant a lot. Maybe not in the scoring column, but a lot of leadership you lost. Talk about how hard it's going to be to replace, some of what you lost last year.
I've lost not all the leadership. I shouldn't say that, but I lost a lot of leadership. I mean, that group had been together and played with me and been with me for 4 years, of course, and seen a lot of ups and downs. And now I've got 4 with Delaney, who transferred in from Assumption, and then they're the only ones that have seen any varsity experience on the floor. So really young. So I've got to really find some depth. That's our key that I would really focus on this year is we've got to get some depth. But the good thing is, I think these girls will agree, we've got a hungry freshman bunch that's coming in and wanting to challenge them, and I think we'll be good in a couple of years. But I need them now, so I'm going to have to get them ready.
Now, one of the soccer players that went down with an injury, she was a basketball player too. Am I correct on that?
Yes.
And
yeah.
That's kind of a big loss too when you talk about depth when you lose a piece like that.
Yeah, those 2 had been with me since their 7th grade year, and but they're both sitting out this year, trying to concentrate on getting healthy and trying to let their bodies recover a little bit. So I completely understand that because Allie had tore her ACL for the 2nd time. It was opposite knee, but still 2 ACLs at 14, 13. That's pretty rough. So they're focused on getting in better shape, getting in physically stronger so that they can endure another season. So their plan is to come back next year. But, yeah, losing those 2 does help because that was a little bit of experience that I at least had back.
We'll start with Jenna. And Jenna, I got to say, it's congratulations. Did we just commit to Brescia recently? Am I correct on that? Yes. Did I see that on social? Congratulations. And, coming off the year you had last year where, kind of a role player, but then you get in the regional championship and you're a regional champion player of the game that night, and talk about the adjustment you made, but maybe taking a bigger role in the offense for this offseason.
Yeah, I just try to help my team win, just do anything I
can. And talk about your relationship with Coach Robertson and what he's meant to you, in the long run as your career there at Owensboro Catholic.
He's a great coach. I mean, he believes in all his players, so.
And talk about your new teammate that's coming in. You get she comes in from Louisville. She moves down here. I mean, just fit right in with you guys.
Yeah, she's a great player. Played AAU with her. She's really good. And
okay, so you played with her before.
Yes.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right. And we were asking the guys. Talk a little bit about what Owensboro Catholic just, being the private school, just what it means to you and how different that is than maybe that you get in other places.
It's definitely different than public schools. It's just great environment and
and then we'll go with Delaney. And Delaney moving in down here. I mean, it's the team that's the defending regional champions. That's got to be a tough – I mean, not that it's a tough move, But it's like you're moving in, and then you got to find a way to fit into pieces that are already there. How's that experience been?
Well, that experience, like, I just have to stay positive, or else I can really beat myself up about it and feel the pressure, because obviously this team has high expectations because they just, like, won the regional championship. And so people are like, does that give you any pressure? And I'm just trying to, like, on the flip side, be like, that's great that we get that opportunity, because, like, where I'm from, it was great to win the district championship.
You know, and like you're talking about, it's got to be a little bit of pressure. You know, they're the defending regional champions, and I've got to fit in. But on the flip side of that is, it's a really good program and a really good school that wins a lot.
Yeah,
so that's got to help.
I think that's a great
player, what you want.
opportunity. Yeah, I just think that's a really fun, great opportunity. And, like, I've been to a couple of their games, like the student section, always so good, and I never got to experience that. And I just think it's such, like, good environment.
Yeah, and for those out there, I mean, you're more familiar with that because you have, you have some family that lives down here too.
Yeah.
That was here, so it's a different. So you knew a little bit about them before you got here, correct?
Yeah.
And how's the school been treating you?
The school's been treating me good. Like, first day of school, I was going into it, I'm like, it's my senior year. I can't be nervous. Like, I can't, like, act weird or anything. So I just went in like myself. Like, I don't know. And I'm just like, you can like me if you want, but you don't have to. And so everybody's just been really welcoming. Like, I haven't had any issues so far.
And how's the team chemistry been, Coach? You can talk about this. You're adding a big piece coming in, on a transfer rule. But, you talk about you got Jenna coming back, Riley's coming back, Johnson. I mean, there's some good pieces there already, great pieces. Huh? And Randolph is another one. So how does she fit in, and how's the team chemistry been?
I think the chemistry's been great. I think she's enjoyed it. I think her role is a little bit different with us than it was with her at Assumption. We will use her in some aspects that they used her in, but I think we're going to try to. I mean, she showed that she can shoot the ball extremely well, so she's got the green light like all my players. But
if you like to shoot, you're playing for the right guy. I can tell you that right now.
And maybe we'll get the one next to me shooting too. But we're doing. They're playing really well together. They've done everything I've asked. They've seemed to pick up the offense pretty well. But the big thing is just, like I said earlier, depth. I mean, but I'm excited. I think I put my first five up against anybody in the state, and I think we can compete. It's when I have to go into the bench. I've got to create that depth and the ability for them to come in with the confidence that these girls play with, and the other three, confidence that, hey, I deserve to be out here, and that's the biggest thing that I've got to teach those girls.
Coach, you mentioned that where you're trying to create depth. So how hard is that, like in practice, where you've got this group that's here and you're trying to get these to get to there? How hard is that, when you're trying to work on stuff for your first string and they're going against this group here? How hard is that to make them better?
Well, as long as the girls are playing hard, which I have, that is a one good thing. I mean, because they're still going to push. If they're, like I tell the girls in practice, or my younger girls, I said, if you're not making mistakes, then you're probably not playing hard enough. No, I don't want them to make mistakes in games, but we've got to make them in practice. We've got to test ourselves. We've got to push ourselves. And they went up against the older bunch yesterday, and I think they held their own. But just every little bit of experience, they've got to take away from. They kind of put these girls on a pedestal, I guess you could say. They've seen what they've been able to do, and well, we're going to play them. Yes, you're going to play them. They put the shorts on the same way you do your jersey. You'll be like them. You just got to work. So as long as they continue to be good leaders, I think it'll help. But it's just a matter of getting both groups to play hard all the time.
Thank you so much. That's all we have. Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Good luck. save the best for last. We'll get to Apollo High School. We'll start with Coach Tinsley. Coach, we've had you on Live at 5 a couple of times, and so, how excited you were to get the job. How has the early off-season leading into practice been for you?
Oh, it's been exciting. We got a lot of kids that are buying into our culture right now. I think we're the youngest team in the region. A lot of excitement, a lot of youth, and I think we're going the right direction.
I've got to ask, because, we had your brother here earlier, down at Edmonson County. How is it we don't have a Tinsley Bowl where y'all don't match up in the regular season? He said y'all decided it was only going to be if we met in the regional tournament.
This is the why behind it. I'm trying to help them with a few things, like every time's between where I go there on a Saturday and we look at this together and we're kind of collaborating. So we want to help each other, not hurt each other.
I can respect that.
Yeah.
How did you land your dad and your brother?
That's a great question. So the way it worked out, I got the job, 6 weeks before Trey did. So he said he was going to come over and help me. And then Trey gets the job, so he's in between. But I'm blessed enough to have him this year, but I don't know if I'll keep him around. I hope I can. So I'll have to keep recruiting him.
And you talked about being young this year and kind of reestablishing the culture of what Apollo High School basketball is. And then seeing some of the stuff, with the points and the things that you do. You've embraced the history of Apollo High School and want to see it get back to where it is.
Absolutely. You got 10 regional championships. It's exciting for Kobe Kelly and just for them to know, me being a third region guy, hey, this is important. This is what we expect here. And you win championships. You go to Apollo, you win championships. It'll take time, but I think we're going the right direction. And Night of Champions, I want to talk about that on December 8th.
Go right ahead.
Against Catholic. We'll have a lot of alumni in, trying to get Wayne Chapman down. I don't know if we can get Rex in, but we're trying. But we'll have a lot of guys in there for that game. So we're excited about that.
I think it's great to embrace that history and what it means. I think for guys that are, Kobe's age or whatever, maybe they forget about what Apollo basketball was and has been in the past. I think it's important to bring that back out.
Yeah, they do. They see the here and now. But you're talking about 5 years ago they won a regional championship. I was at Ohio County regional semis. Alice Gray played against Louisville and Western, all those guys. James Graham, you go down a list with all those really good players there. That's 5 years ago.
Yeah,
it
seems like an eternity.
It does, because that's the expectation of Apollo. Right. So I think we're going the right direction, and we're investing some really good young guys. We got a great captain right here that's a junior, and we're excited. We're excited.
For you, on a personal note, I said something to your brother. You basically, coming out of the womb, you've been born to be a basketball coach. Basketball has always been your life. How does it feel now that you're the head of your program?
It's surreal. It's a dream job. My brother and I have talked 5-10 years ago. Hey, what's the job that you want? I'm like, Apollo High School. It's just kind of weird for it to come full circle. I've lived in different areas, coached with different guys. Even went to the 5th region for a year. Thought I was going to be there a long time, and God brought me back here. So I'm just very thankful for the opportunity.
Talk about, you talk about your team captain and what he has done this early practice session and in the off season to have you give him that honor of being the team captain. What was it about Kobe?
You're talking about a junior. You talk about a player-led program, everything that we're doing. He's first in line doing it. He watches film. Hey, coach. Sometimes I'll just stop practice. Hey, Kobe, what do you think today? So he's been a leader in his conversation. He's a quiet kid, but he's really talking a lot, being very vocal with us. And like we said, we're young. He's got to be that guy. He averaged double figures last year. He had 20 in the district tournament. He's got to show these other guys where we don't have a lot of experience. Again, youngest team in the region. He's going to get us right where we need to go. So we got 2 years with him. I'm very excited about that.
Kobe, I've got to ask you, and not ask you to say yay or which one's worse or better, but being in the program, it's been kind of rough. The last few years, you get this new, fresh energy, of Coach Tinsley coming in. What's that mean to you, and just seeing the enthusiasm and the excitement, and kind of to bring in the past of what Apollo means. That's got to be exciting for you yourself and also your teammates.
I feel like, yeah, most definitely. Coach Tinsley, he's very passionate about his job, and he's good at what he does and stuff like that. And I feel like he just wanted to come in and always win. And yes, our past 2 years haven't been really good, but we're going to be really good this year.
It's going to be baby steps. Everybody knows, but can you see the progress day in and day out, like the baby steps that you guys are making day in and day out as a guy that's, the one guy that's kind of been through the wars a little bit, Are you seeing the younger guys starting to take those baby steps?
Yes, most definitely. We just got to lead them in the right direction, and whenever we do, we just build trust with them and just do all that, and they'll be ready.
What is it about Apollo that makes it special to you?
To me, I feel like my parents has been there, and then you just got all of our coaches. Just like you got Coach Tyler Brown, he's 2006 region champion. You got Mr. Johnson, you got Coach James, and I just feel like it's just very, very passionate about it because I want to get there as well.
And what were you looking at in the off season that you wanted to get better at, just individually? You felt like that.
I'll be ready.
This better to become. What is it about Apollo that makes it special to you?
During the offseason, I feel like sophomore year, we lost 6 seniors, and I'm still working on being a leader that I can be. I'm gonna be honest. I want to work on just helping out the team as much as I can, just get them ready, and yeah.
Coach, I've got to ask you, we talk about the one thing great about social media. It's got a lot of problems with social media. One great thing about it is you get to keep up with players and how teams are going in the off season. And I see on social media, you guys have got a great social media game, and just the youth programs you're building, the kids you're getting signed up at the young kids' age. That's got to be exciting for you. Not just, I know that it's exciting for basketball now, but just that's how you feed and build a program is from the youth on up.
That's why I think Coach Riggs and I, we've been talking extensively about. You talk about last year, I think we had 158 K through 6. K through 5 this year, we had 220. They're wearing me out, but that's how you build a program. I want them to know when they're 5 years old, all the way up to they're 18 years old, they got to know our staff. And like Coach what Kobe was talking about, we got, I think, one of the best staffs around. We got a lot of guys that are Apollo alumni and been around it.
Right?
And
you wanted to reach back and get some Apollo alumni that knew what Apollo meant and what it can be.
Absolutely. I think we got some steals with Coach Johnson. Coach Brown's been around, and he understands what we're doing. And we can go Coach Hinton over at Owensboro, but we got him over here. So, we got a lot of good guys, and Coach James, and having my dad come back with that experience. So we've put together a really good staff, but we're really excited. Like I said, we're just trying to build that program from the bottom up. It's the purest form. People talk about, the transfer portal and everything else. That's what you got to do now. So here in a few years, and hopefully not only 2-3 years when we're really good, we like to be good for 10 years. Okay. So that's what we're trying to build.
We'll go out here to Coach Riggs, and I got to ask him, starting, coming in your first season here, and kind of an adjustment period. But so far, how's it been? One, working with your girls and your program, and two, you got both coaches being new. There's a lot of collaboration going on between the two of you.
Yes, and so Ryan and I talk probably 3 or 4 times a week. We feel like the success of both programs is tied together. And he's talking about the youth league. Yes, the youth league's huge. So girls, we all just went to Buffalo Wild Wings, and one of the things we were talking about was when's the last time the Apollo girls had a true youth league? I think it was your group. Yeah. So it's been a while. And that's your future. That's where you build kids up. And that's where, especially on the girls' side of it, numbers. And it's not just Apollo. I think girls' basketball's taken a hit the last 4 or 5 years. Building those numbers, giving those kids access to basketball before they get completely, and I love softball and volleyball and soccer, but before they get to where that's the only sport they play and they play that one sport year-round. We're wanting to develop a love for basketball at a younger age. Now, as far as adjustment, so I'm middle school for the last 10 years. I can tell, and I loved it. I wanted the new challenge of high school. I can tell you these girls are great. I look forward to coming to basketball practice every day. Like, it's fun. It really is.
Were you a middle school coach? Weren't you a boys' middle school coach? Is that what kind of adjustment has that been for you? And I'm not saying one's better or worse than the other, but it is different an adjustment. How's that adjustment been for you coming from a boys' coach over to the girls' side?
And I have asked for advice on that from a lot of different people, and I'll hear different things. They're athletes. You treat them like athletes. You have high expectations. You try to create a culture in your program to where they care about each other, where they're going to work hard. So far I haven't seen a huge difference. I haven't changed much of what I've had to do going from middle school boys to, high school girls. It hasn't been a huge adjustment. But I will tell you this. I'm not saying the boys aren't coachable. They are. These girls are extremely coachable. So I haven't had a huge sample size yet, but I will tell you, like when you're in practice, you've got to be careful what you tell them to do because they'll do it. You know what I'm saying? Like you say, hey, we're going to go here, then you cut. They're doing it. Doesn't matter what the defense is doing, they're doing that. So that's been one of the adjustment with girls, but this is a small sample size for me. But overall, there's not a huge difference.
You know, I'll start here with Jennifer, and you talk about Coach Payne, gets out of coaching, and then things happen where she ends up in Davis County. Coach Reese comes in. How's the adjustment been for you with the new coach?
I'm really excited. I feel like we're gonna grow a lot, and we're gonna make it to the regional tournament and deep into that.
And in the 9th district in girls basketball, it's always been strong, but it's gotten even stronger with the rise of Owensboro. You know about Owensboro Catholic. Davis County's always been good. This is a district night in and night out. When you have district games, you have to bring your A game, or you're in for a lot of trouble.
Yeah, it's one of the toughest districts out there. I think anybody can win on any given night. It's crazy.
What's one thing this all season that you wanted to work on to make your game a little better?
I think I really need to focus on my defense and being more comfortable with shooting the ball. I wasn't big on shooting any of my years in high school. I was getting the paint and power through people and get layups. But I'm going to really try and focus on extending out a little bit more.
And with how, whether you want to call it the transfer portal, but kids move now more. There's a lot of new opportunities that's opened up for not just you, but for your entire teammates with some losses you've had. And how have you embraced that, and how have your teammates embraced that?
It's kind of hard watching people go. You've played with them for however many years, middle school, high school. But I don't plan on moving. I don't want to. I love Apollo. But, yeah, it's hard losing people.
I was Ms. Thompson, and, another one, I'll ask you the same thing I asked Jennifer is, what did you want to improve in your game from last year to this year over the summer, and what did you work on that you want to get better at?
100% being more confident in what I do, because I'm not really I wasn't really always out there enough to shoot and dribble, and I have a big opportunity now since Riggs is trusting me to be a set person on the team.
One thing I find fascinating is for athletes, sometimes coaches can get a real myopic view. They're around players for 3 or 4 years, and they have one vision that this is what she does or this is what he does. With Coach Reese coming in, it's new. It's giving you an opportunity to expand your game where it's a fresh set of eyes. Do you feel like that you can expand your role a little bit? It's a little easier under a new coach?
Oh, yes, for sure. I just feel I don't even know what to say.
Here,
I don't know.
All right. So something about Terea. She has had to defer to talented players. And there's been some really talented guards go through Apollo the last 3 years. She doesn't get to defer now. Now it's her job. She's the one that's got to make these plays. She doesn't get to go to the corner and watch somebody else dribble and shoot it or whatever. She's got to be the one now. She's got to be assertive. So, yeah, we've been building her confidence. I think she's going to have an amazing year. As you can tell with her talk, she's building confidence. We have a lot of faith in her. And, again, she's getting it.
I've got to ask you, Terea, because that's got to be something new and also very empowering for you to hear a coach talk about you that way. That sometimes, and being a coach myself, I've seen this before, that sometimes it takes maybe somebody else having a little more faith in us than we have in ourselves that really helps us grow and blossom. Yeah. Are you seeing that from Coach Riggs? And how does that make you feel when you hear about your coach talk about you that way?
It makes me feel powerful. It makes me feel like I can do anything. Just having a coach's opinion on how you play, because sometimes you may be in your own head I'm not good enough. I'm not, I'm not what I thought I could be. But hearing it from a coach and him just watching you every single day and seeing you progress over time, I think it just makes me feel release. I don't have to have so much stress on me.
Right. Have you seen, maybe not on the basketball floor, but just in your life in general and how you react in school and how you handle yourself outside of basketball, having a guy that talks about you that way and feels that way about you, that it just makes everything a little bit, that you've been able to open up more, just in general, in your own just life in general.
Yes, it does. It makes me explore my options, like on like, well, outside of basketball, it doesn't like just in general.
Just in general.
Yeah, I don't.
I've got to ask you about the relationship you have with Jennifer. I mean, you guys, you guys have been at Apollo for a while together, teammates. How's y'all's relationship going, and what does Jennifer mean to you as a teammate?
I feel like our relationship has got stronger since we've been playing since like middle school. So it's growing stronger, and now since us being like seniors and stuff, I feel like our bond is way more tighter, and she makes me feel like she's not the type of person to give up. Like, okay, she missed a layup or she missed a shot. She ain't gonna be down on herself as much. She's recollecting herself and making sure she's like okay. She's not really like a hard person to just give up.
Yeah, I've got to ask Coach Ray because something you talked on, and you're not the first girls coach today has talked about this, that the numbers in girls basketball, throughout the state is probably for the first time in a long time is starting to slide down a little bit. And that the game of basketball and sports in general, what it can mean to young women, not only just in sports, but in general in their life and how it helps them grow as a person. How's it important to you to see that number get back up because of the effect that it can have for young women?
Well, sure. If you're using basketball as a platform to just win games, you're not using it correctly, obviously. It's a metaphor for life, sports in general, but basketball specifically. As far as the numbers, it really starts with the outreach of getting a youth program going. And I'll just use an example. We have a really good youth league right now. And in that youth league, we've got 12 fifth graders. Those fifth graders will go to Burns Middle School as sixth graders. You develop them. They go to seventh. They go to eighth. And eventually what you end up is you have groups of kids that are coming, and each year you'll have 12, 13, 14 kids that are coming in as freshmen into your program. That's a healthy program. Like that's for girls. If you can get that means you've added a level of competition and practices. Right now our numbers are low. So we're having to do different things that are good for you to do. For example, Kobe over here was part of our scrimmage today. We're taking our varsity kids and we're going, all right, former players, parents, players from the boys' side, whatever, come scrimmage us. I want you all to challenge our girls because when your numbers are low, you sometimes you don't get that element of competition and practice all of the time. So we're having to be creative. Now, ideally, you want that where, your JV kids are challenging your varsity kids. And then you've got freshman kids going at your JV kid. You've got 24, 25 kids in your program, and they're all competing every day because if they don't compete, then they can lose their job. So it's a different world. And that, and going from middle school boys, 6th, 7th, and 8th grade, we had 120 kids that wanted to play basketball. We really did. So when you were cutting kids at the middle school level with boys, I was a dog in a lot of households in October because we had to tell about 60, 70 kids they weren't good enough to make the team. It's a numbers problem. It's a good numbers problem to have. I think in the next 3 or 4 years, you're going to see that start to build up. As coaches, we start figuring out we got to start spending more time with the kids at a younger age and get them interested because the game's awesome. You all know that. The game of basketball is awesome.
Do you guys feel like, because you're kind of in the same boat, wanting to build that youth program and go up, that being two new coaches together with kind of the same vision and the same symbiotic future of what you see at Apollo, that it's going to help not just you, but help y'all both grow both programs together?
It helps so much to have a guy that, he works his butt off. He has the same vision. There's so many different people I've worked with. It's not the same, but we are the same. Like, we know what we got to do. Like, I have ABA for 3 hours. He has it for a couple hours. Like, we're really trying to build it. And it starts at all 6 feeders. It starts at all 6 feeders, and I think we're going the right direction. And we're excited about it.
Thank you so much. You guys, thanks for coming out tonight. And
I'm going for Coach Tingley.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay.
We asked your brother earlier his thoughts on the shot clock. What's your thoughts on adapting a shot clock in the state of Kentucky? I want to see if you guys have the same answer or not.
You ain't going to tell me what he said?
We'll tell you after he's done.
Okay. My idea of the shot clock is, I think there should be one, but I don't want it to be the NBA where it's 24 seconds. Like, if it's like 35 or 45, because they're high school kids, I don't know how logistically it would work. It would stop some of the stall ball. But, there's some games that you want to play slower, and some games you want to play faster, depending on who you play. But, I mean, I don't think it's a bad thing for the game. I just don't know what it would look like.
Right opposite of what your brother said.
He said no?
Yes.
I believe that.
Thank you, guys. Thank you so much. Thank you for coming.
All right, thanks.
Bye.